I've got 4 cameras with me, a whole bunch of batteries, the tapes I need, the camera gear I need associated with that stuff. And other than that, I've got the ocean.
This time on Survivor Man, I'm heading to Central America and the country of Belize, a tropical paradise of the highest order. But for this challenge, I won't be anywhere near land. I'm heading out into the open ocean. Like a castaway, I'm going to be set adrift in a life raft, left to the mercy of the wind and the currents. For 7 days, I'll be lost at sea without food or fresh water, only the searing tropical sun above me and the depths of the ocean below me. My support crew and I are going to head way out into the open water where they'll set me adrift. But before we left, I tested out what I thought would be the raft we would be using. Life rafts are packed by the manufacturer and have an expiration date printed on the case. We found this one on a local yacht, and even though it was 6 months past its due date for repacking, it was considered by the yacht's owner to be ready for use. Within only 2 minutes of a promising start, the plugs on the raft completely failed and it deflated. What if this had been a real emergency? Anyone attempting to use this raft would have been dead in the water. My support crew has found a replacement raft, but there's no time to test it out. I have flown, biked, driven, paddled and helicoptered into survival locations, but somehow sailing to where I must spend the next 7 days surviving alone has a much more powerful feel to it, more final. Gord Lacko, my marine survival expert, and Frank Gagliano, my boat captain, tried to figure out the best place to drop me so they could follow my drift from afar. They think that I can drift in the wind and current to a group of small islands, and if all goes right, I may be able to beach myself on one towards the end of the week.
Just getting ready to toss this raft over. We're going to first disable the hydrostatic release. This gadget here operates like a depth charge fuse. If this yacht sank with no one ready to release it, at about 10 feet underwater, this would blow, release this hook, which flies back, the raft comes up. But the way we're launching it, we're going to chuck it overboard, so we'll do it manually.
Sometimes if the vessel is sinking fast, the raft can inflate and get caught up in the rigging and be taken to the bottom of the ocean with the boat. These rafts can be very heavy, and I don't know how anyone is expected to lift one by themselves while their boat is sinking and a storm is blowing. It's been quite a problem for many people throughout history. But the sailor's rule of thumb for life rafts is that you should only use it when you actually have to step up to climb in. The raft opens upside down, a common occurrence. Hopefully the few supplies it comes with haven't fallen out or been soaked by the salt water. In an emergency, a boat can take just seconds to sink. I can't imagine how hard it must be to get into a raft like this in a heaving, stormy sea at night. On a quick check, it looks like the supplies haven't floated away, but they're all saturated with salt water. Hopefully the bailer is still here.
You're gone! There goes Les.
Now the crew leaves me to drift, alone. They'll try to keep track of me throughout the week. My fears: dehydration, sunstroke, and sharks.
This is it. This is it for real now. I'm sure the reality is going to sink in any minute now. I just got to take a moment just to figure out what it is I got to do. Well, actually I know what it is. The first thing I got to do, Let's get all this water out of here. Get myself as dry as possible, as quickly as possible.
It's a great raft, but it's already leaking badly through the floor, which means I'll be bailing constantly.
Well, I'm completely alone now. The potential for something to go wrong is very high. There's great risk in doing this. I've got a shadow boat with me. Now, they can't chit-chat with me on the radio, but they've got to monitor my safety all week long. I'm quite nervous about it all.
For now, the seas are relatively calm, but there's so much openness around me, so much water. It's easy to become overwhelmed by the immense ocean.
Well, it's not hard to figure out what you do in a situation like this. I mean, you either want to try and attract attention by signaling somehow, or you want to hit land. Obviously, I'm not going to be trying to attract attention. What I'm going to hope for is that there are keys, little islands basically, that I might land on with this. And I can try to make that happen by playing with the sea anchor, like a parachute on a long line sent out. It helps to keep the raft stable and keep it from flipping over because it pulls down and can slow your progress as well. So I might want to pull it up if I want to try and speed up and hit an island. Alright, well, let's take a look at the construction of this raft. These rafts have got two separate tubes to keep the flotation happening, as well as an arch to give me my roof. They color it on the inside all blue because they believe that's a more calming color, and they also feel that it does help to stop seasickness. Got a zipper out the back of it to help air go through, and also a rain catch. It's not attached right now, but this is the water bladder. This little tube attaches to the rain catch. You know, just about every shipwreck survivor, anybody who had to spend time at sea in a life raft, complained about constant air leaks or constant water leaks from the bottom of their raft. Just so happens, I've got both. The only way I could make this work, and film it too, is to tie on a little rubber dinghy to go with me. It'll be a place where I can put most of my camera gear. Wind has died right down and the sun is going down. Soon it'll be dusk, which has the horrible nickname of the sharking hour. Sharks get much more active at dusk than at dawn when they're feeding. I think what I'm going to have to do for the night is climb into the little blue dinghy, spend the night in there dry.
Survivors often have both a life raft and a dinghy as an emergency backup. There's so much water in my raft that I'm going to sleep in the open dinghy to try to stay dry.
That's mostly home. And I guess this is the bedroom. I don't think I could be up in here in the heat of the day. I'd just be scorched by that sun. But right now, the sun lost its strength and it's going down. It's nice to get in here and get dry. I feel like I'm a lot lower to the water. It feels a lot more vulnerable. I feel a lot more vulnerable. Pretty hard, I think, no matter who you are, to not be in a situation like this and just be thinking about sharks constantly. I don't care how tough you are, man. This is not an easygoing situation. I've slept in deserts, jungles, swamps, the Arctic, tops of mountains, but out here in the middle of the ocean like this is by far the eeriest it's ever felt. There's not much between me and the ocean. A little bit of rubber. That's about it.
It's day 2 of my 7 days lost at sea. There's only a few square feet of rubber raft protecting me from the perils and the depths of the ocean.
Let me do a spin around and show you what I can see. That's it. Before it gets too windy and too wavy out here, and before that sun gets too high and intense, it's already getting pretty warm. Maybe what I'll do is I'll show you what I have for supplies. Now, in this situation, I wanted to go with the supplies that came with the raft and find out what we got. Something really interesting happened. When the raft opened up upside down, well, water got into everything. I mean, and you see, it's surprising how I don't know, unwaterproof the stuff was. This is the actual bag, which is not a waterproof bag. The top was just open. Okay, now this is something that I have myself. This didn't come with the kit. Emergency navigation chart. I may be able to use it for figuring out where I am. Okay, these are 3 hand flares, and once again, water got into them, and I could feel them reacting with the water. They were getting hot, internally hot. Waterproof flashlight. It doesn't work. Okay, first aid kit. I have added multi-tool. I brought a pair of goggles. I'll tell you why. With a pair of goggles, you might be able to dive for some fish or some conch shells or something like that. We've got the blue dinghy and the raft. All right, I'm gonna pull up the sea anchor, the drogue, because it would be nice if I could slip behind some of the small islands that I'm passing. And if I pull up the drogue, it'll lessen the drag in the water and help me to move a little faster, possibly into a better position than I am right now, because I'm pretty exposed out here.
It can go either way. Drifting at a couple of knots, I could easily travel as far as 50 miles a day. On the other hand, without wind or strong current, I could bob around like a cork in one place, frying under the relentless tropical sun.
So here I am, set adrift in a very, very big ocean. Sorry, it's hard to talk. I have to keep looking at the horizon so I don't start to feel too seasick.
It's been hours, and my safety boat is nowhere to be seen.
All right, you want to see the cold hard reality of this? Susan calling Talisman. Susan calling Talisman. Susan is the name of the raft, by the way. No answer. This is our high-powered VHF. Susan calling Talisman. Susan calling Talisman. No answer. which means that at this very moment, anything could go wrong to me here, right here and now, and they wouldn't be able to hear my cries for help.
This is the boat down here. Les is somewhere out in here. We're not quite sure where.
I do not read you anymore, Talisman. I do not read you anymore. Over. Talisman, this is Susan. I read you loud and clear. Over.
Finally, after hours of no visual in this thick haze, the safety boat does a pass-by to check and see if I'm still alive.
The waves are calming down, and I guess night is coming in.
The raft has bad leaks both in the floor and the air chambers, causing me to bail and reinflate every 20 minutes. I'll need to climb into the blue dinghy that is my camera platform.
The raft is leaking. It's like just sitting in a big warm bathtub. Climbed into the dinghy so I can get up and get dry in the dinghy. It really is going to be a long, long night.
My life jacket is on in case I roll out of the dinghy in my sleep. Then, without warning, a sudden rain squall hits.
Okay, well, I just climbed in here. I'm soaking wet now, of course. Finally, as I get myself organized, get the camera turned on, it stops raining. But good news is, it rained enough that I got some fresh water caught in the rain catch. It's probably going to be salty a bit, but most of it is fresh water. Actually, no, there's hardly any salt water in it at all. Doesn't taste very good though, coming off the plastic. Oh, that's nice. Nice to get the fresh water though. It's raining again. It's the middle of the night.
Survivor Man has gone 6 miles from the place he was dumped into the sea, but he probably covered 20 miles throughout the night, going in circles, unfortunately. So that's got to be the maddening part of it. For a while you see a light or you see a piece of land, and then it starts to disappear.
That was a long night. And you know, it's really hard to tell, but when you look at the islands, I have a feeling that I drifted one way in the night and maybe even drifted back out again, because the breeze has changed. There's one sort of big island I can see, and the breeze has changed. It's now blowing me away from that island. I interchange keys and islands. Down here they call them keys. Or islands, it really doesn't matter. got little fish that have decided to make the bottom side of my raft home. That could be good. Well, good in that I might be able to make a meal of them. Bad in that they are a floating meal for larger fish and eventually sharks. So at this point, as my captain so eloquently put it, I am now part of the food chain. Dolphin just swam to within just feet of me, no doubt checking me out. That was cool. I'm glad to see him so close to me. I mean, he passed by within feet.
A dolphin is a good sign. They have been known to even protect swimmers from massive great white sharks.
You know, a lone survivor is at a grave, grave disadvantage. There's no one to help. There's no one to tease me out of fear. There's no one that I could even be brave, courageous for. No one to talk to. Except maybe this fly. It is just dead still. You know, I didn't even know it could get like this out in the ocean. But it's dead still. Nothing's moving. There's no wind, no air. Sun's beating down. I'm not moving anywhere. This is getting steamy and dangerously hot.
I may be in the middle of a vast ocean, but this heat and the thick haze have conspired to make me feel very claustrophobic. While I battle heat stroke, my whole world consists of these two pieces of inflated rubber.
It's very hazy, but you can still get burned badly through this kind of cloud cover.
Well, in this heat, finally a slight breeze has just picked up. What I want to do is maybe chart my speed of my drift now.
I can actually figure out my drift speed with a rope of determined length and something small to float past it.
Here's my measurement marker. I got a little bit of tissue paper.
This is my very crude version of the 17th century naval instrument called a log line.
8,000. 6,000. 7,000. 8,000. 9,000. At the halfway mark, I stopped counting at 32. 32 halfway, so all the way would have been 64. So let's
A quick bit of mathematical chart checking, and I can determine my speed.
Well, that's hard to tell. So I'm probably roughly traveling somewhere between 0.2 and 0.3 knots. Not very fast. A very slow, lumbering unit here. Traveling much faster when they first dropped me in the water, and slow ever since. After being quite a few hours without radio contact, we have a big thunderstorm coming in, and they've just come back into radio contact with me, and they're suggesting that this could be a big one and that they could actually lose me in the storm. I've got a very, very eerie problem happening here. The water has becalmed again, and I'm just sitting in a very still bit of water. I'm back into the dinghy now to try and sleep out the night, but I'm seeing all kinds of wicked heat lightning. And I know that it's possible that at some point in this night, the storm could come upon me and really bucket down. Sitting here in calm water, no wind, waiting for a big storm to come down on you, and watching it come down the way. Cross your fingers I don't get hit by it tonight. Here comes the rain. It's really coming down out there and just blowing like crazy. If the zipper wasn't busted, I wouldn't be getting poured on, but I am getting poured on. This is pretty intense. All right, this is getting dangerous now. I put on my strobe flasher, and I think the crew is going to come out and tether me to their boat. The winds have picked up, and it's storming, the rain is bucketing down, and there's a good chance they could lose me tonight if they don't come and tether me. This is pretty scary. This is one of those, better come and get me now, or could lose me forever. Moments.
The tropical storm is wild and getting stronger, and it seems intent on blowing me all the way to Honduras. The safety boat has to move in quickly once it spots my emergency strobe light. Then it too has to escape the massive waves and wind by ducking into a small lagoon before it is wrecked on a reef somewhere.
Les felt the whole blast of that squall that just came through, and it could have driven us apart and made it almost impossible to find him.
I'm now tethered to the safety boat. For the safety of the crew as well, it pulls into the lee of an island to wait out the storm. In the morning, I briefly jump aboard the boat so they can reposition my raft out into the open water. It's a welcomed respite, but then it's back into the raft.
Got me loose!
Good one. Excuse me, guys. Okay, we're jumping the boat. The boat.
The next day dawns fairly clear, and Gord and Frank decide that it's finally safe to set me adrift again. One of the biggest challenges of survival at sea is psychological. The monotony and desperation of week after week of drift and waves can break the will to live. Survivors tell heartbreaking stories of ships passing close by, only to disappear over the horizon. The promise of land, even deserted, must be a godsend for the true survivor. All week, islands have passed by tantalizingly close, but impossible for me to get to. This island is within reach.
All right, you see that? Now I'm drifting in a way. With any luck, I'll hit this little island. If I don't hit it, I'm way out and beyond the reef. It looks like it's gonna be tight whether I hit it or not. Current's doing one thing, the wind's doing another. I'll show you where I am. Like this.
Directly underneath the raft is a field of skin-ripping, bone-jarring, and sometimes poisonous coral.
This is not really the safest thing here. That coral is going to be sharp.
This is more dangerous than it may look. Coral reefs can rip apart yachts, or simply shred the skin from my legs. I thought about jumping in to pull the raft ashore, but I get lucky, and I hit a sandy cove instead. After days of bobbing around on the ocean, the solid ground feels amazing. The irony is that being cast away on a small island is in some ways worse off than being adrift at sea. At least then I was going somewhere in the raft. Now I'm trapped on a tiny island, and my safety crew has left for the mainland, leaving me utterly alone once again.
It's a pretty small island. I don't know, maybe 90 yards long by 75 yards wide. Wow. People have been here and cleared out this area here for shelter. I'm gonna shelter here too.
In this case, the evidence of people can only mean poachers. They come from other countries and use these desolate ocean islands to poach lobster. Their garbage, along with trash from shipwrecks, is all over the island. This raft that confidently held my life for days is now relegated to keeping scorpions and crabs off of me at night.
Now, I do have one serious problem. The possibility of heat stroke. I'm feeling extremely hot. I'm still sweating. That's a good sign. But I gotta be really careful if I get to the point where I'm not sweating. That's very dangerous. I gotta go cool down.
It's been a long time without food, and the rain that filled both the raft and the blue dinghy was tainted with seawater.
I went in to cool off there just now. I'm standing there. I look down. About a 3.5-foot shark swam right by me. I tell you, I'm glad to be out of that raft. Like you would not believe. So tomorrow, it's all about food and water. There's no water on this island to speak of in terms of springs, so I'm gonna have to find other methods. And try for some live food.
Very bright moon tonight. It's making it so that I can walk around on the island without too much problem in the dark.
Well, it is certainly the strangest feeling to be inside this life raft and not be jostled back and forth constantly. Time to get some sleep. Good night. There are some big cockroaches around here.
That was one horrible sleep. I still have what they call stillness illness. Once you're on the solid ground, it feels like everything's still moving. Even this morning, it still feels like the raft is bobbing around.
Here's what's left of my rain catchment bag. You know what I could do, especially with a bag like this and the long tube that comes with it? A water enema, basically. You can't do it with seawater because it'll kill you. But brackish, slightly brackish water or slightly tainted water, there was one family kept themselves alive by giving themselves daily enemas with tainted water that they couldn't otherwise drink or it would make them sick. Fortunately, there are palm trees on this island. Whoa. Oh. All over this island there are parts and supplies from boats, refuse from ships, as well as the leftovers from the poachers. Cold hard reality of just about everywhere on the planet. You can always find garbage of some sort. Huh. This is one half of the canister that the life raft came in. The idea is that all the seawater and all the greenery will start to evaporate. The seawater will evaporate and the greenery will sweat, the moisture out of it will evaporate, hit the plastic on the roof, and then hopefully little droplets will drip down, 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 down to the lowest point, which is right up above my little catch cup. Drinking only the liquid of green coconuts can lead to diarrhea. I need some solid food, and the best place for that is the ocean. Oh yeah, he's in there all right. This is a conch shell, and inside is a delectable treat. There's no way that I can pull him out of there, and the shell is extremely hard, but it does have just one weak spot. Did it. Well, it won't be conch chowder, but after 5 days without food, it should hit the spot. There we go. I'm basically going to cut away everything that isn't white. Right now. First of all, this little piece here, call that the strength of the conch. And here's what I want. Fresh white meat from right out of the conch. Just eat raw. And if I found one, I'm sure I can find more. How well this works. Smells fresh. Oh, it's warm, but it's fresh water. Who'd have thought? It's only an ounce, but it's better than nothing. So the solar still does work. Just takes its time. That's good.
Somehow I think I slept better when the bottom of this raft wasn't rock hard. At least it didn't rain last night.
Cool. Sea snails. They're locally known as willets. Gathered a bunch of coconut husks from the island. We've also got bamboo. This may be my easiest fire starting challenge yet. This is one of my hand flares. Okay, that works. Yep. Okay, flares died. Cockroaches are all going running. I've got the willets in there in seawater. Gonna cook them up. Yeah. Let's get rid of all the entrails. A little overdone. Rubbery, but good. The next few days can be spent gathering sea snails, coconuts, and conch shells. I've found an old bottle. There is one thing I could do with it. It may seem like a cliche, but survivors adrift even in recent years have used bottles to send messages. Notes have been scratched on styrofoam or anything else that will float. I can only imagine the desperate feeling of knowing that your only chance for rescue may lie in a small bottle floating out to sea. Adrift at sea was an experience I approached with trepidation. For my time out here, I was just a speck on the ocean. In a storm, even a rescue boat can be powerless against the forces of nature. Before the end of day 6, the world's realities take over. Belize is now in a state of political turmoil. So the crew comes back to free me from my island prison. Oh, and the note in the bottle? It has my phone number on it. I'm still waiting for someone to call. This is a look at behind the scenes of Survivor Man.
There's no one to help. This is horrible.
Ready for war against the bugs.
I think there's an army ant on the tree.
Actually, kind of poke the branches in. Out here, everything sticks you with something. If I keep my eyes focused. This season for Survivor Man, we shot 9 episodes in 9 separate locations. And since then, the response has been nothing short of fantastic. But there's been a ton of questions. How do I get the shots? Am I really alone? And what kind of backup do I have if I get into serious trouble? This is a look at how we plan Survivor Man. How we take care of logistics, how I film it, and how I keep myself out of trouble. Which isn't always the case. This is a look at behind the scenes of Survivor Man. Survivor Man has a simple concept. I get dropped alone in secluded wilderness areas and left to survive, usually without food, water, matches, or shelter. Okay, once they gave me a wrecked airplane to sleep in. I have to make do with whatever I go in with and film it all myself. 7 days later, I either walk out on my own or the crew will come in to rescue me, if they can find me. From the muddy swamps of Georgia to the shifting Arctic ice, I've been to some pretty wild places. For now, that's only North and Central America.
I'm dangerously hot.
Say I'm not gonna sleep tonight. A lot of people are bitten by the little pond vipers. Hey, if this was just about survival, I'd light a fire and sit and wait for help. But it's TV, and I want to show many ways to survive in the deserts, the jungles, and the Canadian forests. So a lot of what I do is film so we can learn together what I do right and what I do wrong, where I choose to stay and where I choose to leave. I'm not the world's best survival guy, but I've got a film to make. I'm taking you along for the ride. That said, once you get good at this survival stuff, you can do a lot more than sit and wait for rescue. The production team is constantly dreaming up more challenging and exciting locations and survival ordeals. And that's how it all starts.
Let me lay some on here. I'd like to consider Australia.
I think
David Brady and I, along with my survival consultant, Mike Corrali, pore over the maps and endlessly debate the possibilities for my survival ordeals. How I get in, whether by jeep, mountain bike, or camel, is hashed out in the scenarios for survival dreamed up. Each separate location that's decided upon during these meetings would define the terms for survival and even the items I could have in there with me, always going for as much variety as possible.
In the area of Samburu land.
Would be. How difficult is it to get to New Zealand?
That is exotic. You can't even get down from the mountains there. Oh, and here, this would be very cool. I mean, it would be a major expedition though. You go from high Andes, Alpine, you just start walking this way and you're in the deepest, darkest Amazon. Yeah. It's like you go through 4 seasons, you know, just going straight down.
These two guys are quite happy to suggest the most remote and dangerous areas they can think of to send me.
For that, tying in with the Abertuals and going to Sepik River, that is cool.
You don't get killed.
No, I should be okay. There's a lot of missionaries in there. We can make contacts with some missionaries and go in with them.
Once we've picked the countries and areas to send me, the flights are booked and I've got to ready my gear. 3, 4, sometimes even 5 cameras will fill my pack, along with heavy batteries and nearly 40 hours of tape stock. The load often comes in around 50 to 60 pounds. Often I'm asked if I train my stomach to go without food, but the truth is, if I eat big before I go in, then I just feel hungrier quicker. And if I fast ahead of time, well, that just prolongs the punishment. So I eat just as if all were normal. I do, however, try to train my body for the endurance and strength I'll need to haul around the camera gear on little to no reserve food energy. It's not hard to choose locations. The world is full of beautiful and remote, albeit potentially dangerous and challenging wild areas. My mandate was to pick a location that offered up the most variety of survival possibilities. magnificent vast whiteness of the high Arctic is juxtaposed brilliantly against the murky, muddy textures of the Georgian swamps. The spiny and dry harshness of the Sonoran Desert in Arizona was a precursor to the crawling jungle floor of the most remote part of Costa Rica. But even in Costa Rica, the wildness was split between the jungle and the magnificent Pacific Ocean. From the far north to Central America, there are still many great wild areas, just waiting to test my ability to survive. I've been fortunate on some of my survival ordeals to have been joined by a killer crew of camera personnel and survival safety experts. Their job, other than shooting the opening scenes and dropping me off for 7 days alone, is to head out and get some great beauty shots.
So this tape has sync audio that cuts with this mini DV camera up here.
Come aboard and have one more drink or something to eat, you can, but otherwise we're starting the experiment. Okay?
Okay,
Great.
do you know what we're doing here, Les? I'm gonna, I know you're, I know you want to go, but I'm not confident that we have enough stuff figured out.
Even though we tried to set up emergency radio contact, the radios proved useless once down on the humid ocean of Central America. They're not even all that far from me, and they can't read the radio. This is weird. A little discomforting. With the crew many miles away, there were plenty of times when I felt the chances I was taking to film these survival odysseys were a little too risky. And look how close they are. What's going to happen when they get farther away? More important than anything else, the crew was to be my emergency rescue. Out in the ocean off the coast of Belize, they would finally earn that title.
Les felt the full blast of that squall that just came through, but it's bad enough that it could have driven us apart and made him almost impossible to find in the dark. The red light on his raft and even the strobe was not easy to see with the rain coming down. So I think we both feel better that we're not actually going to lose him.
You can do it.
I'm a vegetarian.
I know. You had fish the other night, though. You had catfish. Same thing. Just think of it like it's a piece of catfish.
At the end of each ordeal, I would finally have the last laugh on some of my crew members.
And you'd be able to say you ate rattlesnake. There you go. Down the hatch. Down the hatch.
The concepts of wilderness survival do translate across the globe. But when I get into the jungles of Costa Rica, I don't know what I can eat or what I can't eat. I don't know what's slightly poisonous or what's going to kill me. For that, I need to turn to the local experts. Like Three Rivers Charlie in the swamps of Georgia, Charlie's passion is the waterways of the Altamaha River Basin. 11 people have been attacked by alligators in the last 7 years, and Charlie related the dangers to me like it was a walk in the park on a lazy southern Sunday.
What's the likelihood of gators coming up into these?
Pretty fair, especially at night, since they're nocturnal hunters, and the turtles like to lay up on the limbs, and gators will come in and try and find them dinner for the evening.
Oh, they'll eat turtles?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, they'll crunch turtle shell in a heartbeat.
Action,
Closer to the North Pole than anywhere else, it was Inuit elder Sam Umik who gave me my crash course in Arctic survival. This guy was born in an igloo and spent his first 12 winters living in one. For Sam and his family, seal hunting was akin to running out to the store for a loaf of bread. He gave me no breaks on learning the necessary lessons of survival in the Arctic. His rule was, watch me once, now you do it. This man hasn't written books or produced films on survival, but ask anyone who you turn to learn desert survival, and there is only one answer. If you want the best, it's David Halliday.
So you're just going on the outside bends.
He was also consultant for the movie Castaway.
Tropical lilies. So you are a rich man.
My 3 days on the land with David were spent in a master-student relationship. Now I've chopped some film out and sped this up, but watch how long I spend working on the hand drill.
Too close, but I'm gonna go ahead. Ready? Yeah.
And now watch again, as David turns my dust into a red-hot coal. All the while, he's reassuring me that I'm the one who got the spark. Yeah, right.
Yeah, you had spark.
We even took the time to learn a little desert musicianship. Without gaining local knowledge from these experts, I'd survive all right, but it wouldn't be pretty. After a week with the experts, I leave for my solo survival. You know, each episode is based on a realistic situation gone wrong. Canoeing, sea kayaking, climbing. I'm sure sooner or later someone's going to suggest parachuting. All right, here we go. To make an entrance into the world of survival, it only makes sense to head into each area in a manner fitting to the challenge, like whitewater canoeing in the waters of northern Ontario. And since I know the Canadian Shield country well, the producers felt I should have the extra challenge of making it back out on my own. Even the most experienced paddlers can be hit with the "it can't happen to me" syndrome. They knew where they dropped me off and which way I would need to travel. But apart from that, I'd be on my own.
In most cases, on a river like this, canoe can be gone for days downstream. The camera crew leaves me alone now, completely alone. I'm soaked to the bone. It looks like it's going to rain, and the sun's about to set. 7 more days.
No water, predatory mountain lions. The canyon lands of Utah are world famous for their slick rock mountain biking. And putting that scenario to the test meant I would have the added advantage of 30 pounds of usable rubber, metal, and cables. In this big open area, the crew would have no problem keeping track of me. I do carry an emergency radio for backup, but here in the canyons they were useless, being impeded by the high rock walls. The team has to capture my opening scenes and then leave me to fend for myself. For the next 7 days, alone. The only way to simulate survival in a life raft was to jump in. For this survival odyssey, I would need a 24-hour watch of a rescue boat. But like the Canyonlands, our radios were useless, and far too many times I was left with no contact to my only link to safety. The best way to document survival, I think, is to actually do it. You gotta pay attention to detail. You can't just design a scene and film it. You've gotta live it, or it's not authentic. For 10 straight hours, I'll push this snowmobile farther and farther into the barren Arctic, where I'll be left alone to survive.
This is the Arctic, at the top of our world. It's a changing landscape of barren land, snow-covered mountains, and vast expanses of constantly shifting ocean ice.
With dog teams unfortunately relegated to mostly tourism needs, the snowmobile is the vehicle of choice in the Arctic now, and they break down a lot. Here, my challenge was simply to walk back to town, a daunting task given the challenges of the Arctic landscape.
Lowest population densities in the world. To go out on the land, you ride the knife edge of trouble. You can get disoriented by whiteouts and get lost. You can fall through the ice into freezing water. Traditionally, they use dog sleds to get around, but for the most part, this is the modern, slightly noisier way to get from one place to another. Of course, dogs don't break down.
Swamps and deserts, jungles and mountains, the high Arctic. Each ecosystem has its own special challenges and dangers. In the far north, you've got to have a fire. In the desert, well, it's all about water. Wilderness survival is about dealing with adversity. And even though I would have preferred perfect weather for the sake of filming it all, Mother Nature is not part of the production team.
It's too cold. Too cold.
Oh, my hands are just frozen. Hang on. I think the toughest weather to deal with for running cameras is the cold.
Oh, that's cold. Okay.
You just don't feel like touching your fingers to frozen camera switches or putting a frozen battery next to your skin to warm it up.
Oh, it's all about the cold. Another frigid night. Clouds came in. They brought with them a storm. Winds blowing fiercely from the south.
I didn't sleep much last night, but when I did, I'd wake up really quick with that chill running right down my spine.
Always making things more difficult were the surprise storms, freezing rain, blizzards, downpours, and whiteouts.
As you can see, the white did get whiter. I can't even see the mountains in behind me now. The wind has picked up as well, and my feet are cold and my body's starting to get chilled, even though I'm protected down in here with fur and a windbreak. It doesn't seem to matter.
You know, I've been 3 days now on this mountaintop, and it has rained, drizzled, or misted almost non-stop.
Well, it was freezing rain or snow all night long.
It's been raining all night long, non-stop.
Just imagine turning your garden hose on full, on top of you, standing outside, spread eagle. Just see how long you can stand there with that kind of cold water coming down on you. That's what it's like here, right now.
It's a downpour. In fact, just a few moments ago, it was also thick snow as well.
At the other end of the scale was the real threat of heat stroke and dehydration, and often just plain exhaustion.
All right, well, sharks or no sharks, my biggest concern right now is heat stroke. It's really starting to beat down on me. I'm gonna go in the water, back up into that raft and try to get into the shade, try to stay a little cooler. Because this is getting steamy and dangerously hot. This is heat stroke hot.
What most people seem to fear are the creepy crawlies, those that bite, those that sting, and those that will attack.
Even those little guys hurt. Out here, everything sticks you with something. If it's not biting you or stinging you, it's just plain stabbing you. Ow. All that there, that's the favorite spot of palm vipers. They just sleep in there. They make their little nests. So you gotta hit them as you go by, and a lot of people are bitten by the little palm vipers.
They love to come in and just wait at the bottom of the trees, and I guess hoping for a young one to fall down.
Ready for a war against the bugs.
My most worrisome time was spent in the middle of polar bear territory.
I'm in probably the thickest polar bear area around here. I'm beside an ice crack. They like to hunt the ice cracks looking for seals. I'm beside an iceberg. They like to circle the icebergs looking for seals. And I'm sitting here with a big hunk of raw seal meat. You know, this is not the most intelligent thing I've ever done. His head would have been about here, and his back end way back here. This is a big bear. What's important about these tracks is that they're only 30 feet from where I've been sleeping, and you thought I was kidding about polar bears. Yeesh. Look at the size of these things. Right here you can even see the impression of them. Wow. Well, next to the will to live, I think fire is the single most important survival skill. When successful, it made my life a lot easier. Let's see, so I've got my fire bow, the itsy bitsy spider move. Sacrifice one of these pieces of tissue.
I don't like playing with gasoline.
And although they said I can't hunt with the rifle, they didn't say I couldn't start a fire with it.
Guess I should have practiced this one at home.
Need a little bit of a sort of funnel. Let's try that again.
Ah, come on, it's easy.
A good wad of sock lint.
Now this method I'm more familiar with.
Don't ask me how I know that.
This looks good.
Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Yeah, baby.
Ha 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 ha, success.
Oh, that's beautiful.
That was sweet.
Whoa, let's get this gas can out of here. You know, there are many ways to make survival shelters. But the first way is just sleeping right out in the open, which isn't actually shelter at all. If you can sleep. Oops, got the wrong side up. When I do finally settle in, it'll be something like this. Crabs and spiders and snakes. Everything comes alive. Get it. This is horrible. Everything moves, everything's crawling. I think there's army ants on the tree because they're starting to get bitten all over. And scorpions, tarantulas this big.
It occurred to me while sleeping here, even with a loaded rifle, if I wake up and a polar bear is breathing down on top of me, I don't stand a chance.
In a couple of hours, or at least when this fire dies down, I'll just sit here and wait for it. I'll then push all the coals up against the big rock, take all these boughs, put them down, and sleep on top with a nice warm bed. Basically all the heat from the rock coming up through the boughs.
The next is just building what you can with whatever is around you. Classic A-frame, or lean-to.
Every location is different, but if I'm to survive 7 days in Canada's north in the fall, shelter is a high priority.
Actually kind of poke the branches in
so that they're nice and smooth like this. You don't really have to, you can just throw them on, but this way all the rain sort of goes with the flow of the boughs.
I shivered through last night because my shelter was thrown together so quickly to beat nightfall. I'm hustling now to insulate it, and the bike frame makes a great supporting wall. The Inuit have been relying on igloos for thousands of years. It's the perfect shelter. Snow is an incredible insulator, and the dome shape can withstand severe storms. Built properly, an igloo is an amazing marriage of function and form.
Of course, if you've got something man-made you can use for shelter, well, go for it. Let's just see what I can do with this guy.
Real simple equation. You sweat, you die. Let's see what I can get out of this guy now. There.
A little tape, a little button rock. The rock in. If you're lucky, the land will provide a natural shelter for you, saving you a lot of work. This may not look very comfortable. That's because it isn't.
I may feel a little safer from polar bears now, but I'm sleeping under a massive glacier. Millions of tons of ice above my head that could come down at any time.
Good night. Oh, this is kind of spooky.
I think this cave is ready for an extreme makeover.
One of the fire rocks just blew up on me. Oh, it's gonna feel a little strange sleeping in here. All right. Without water, in 3 days, you'll go unconscious. In 7 days, you'll probably die.
Not salty, nice and fresh.
Hunger will make you do a lot of things, but you've got to get over plate fright. It's not about putting maggots in a blender and chugging them down. It's about eating what you have to survive. Okay,
Ceremonial eating of the eyeball. Looks like I got me dinner.
Pull off the head. That's it. Ow! Like to pinch onto your tongue.
Well, what I'm not going to eat is the entrails. The need for food. This is where my filmmaking and my actual survival meet.
See you alive. So that's all I do is eat it?
Open it.
Got it open?
Yep.
Look at this big juicy guy.
I'm not gonna eat the head. Don't ask me why, just don't want to eat the head. Just like chicken meat.
Looks to be the heart. Nope. That's the liver.
Ugh. Can't believe I just did that.
Oh, yeah.
The whole thing?
So, suck inside first.
Suck the inside out first.
Yeah. No.
Oh. Wow. That's pretty good.
Wow. I'm full.
Take a couple of these wires. That ought to work. And some of that.
I've tried hard to walk a balance of survival methods. Those that take ingenuity, turning something useless into something useful, and those that are based on ancient primitive earth skills. Both can be utilized for survival, and often they work together.
There. Not so bad. I can see anyway, and it won't bother my eyes so much now.
See what I can use. That could come in handy. I now have a very functional three-pronged spear. All this wiring could make great cordage. Just enough wire to make a bed.
I would grab the stick from up in the jungle and just starting to thinking about like sort of projectile. Take the elastic band from Scooby-Doo. Let's try this. That could be a fish. It has a neat trick that you can do in case you need a needle and thread. If you're really careful, ow! Really careful. You can actually pull yourself out a needle and thread. A lot of archaeology is based on what they find in terms of stone tools, rock tools, things that are chipped into other things. And the Paiute around here and the Anastasi were both terrific at what's called flint knapping. This is a piece of rock just from laying around in this area, and this is a hammer rock, which is an actual artifact from this area, just laying on the ground. You can see the chipped end. It was used for turning big pieces of rock into little pieces of rock, into knife points, arrowheads, and spear tips, and those kinds of things. That's really what flint knapping is, so I'll see if I can use it. Ha-ha! Success! See that? That little guy is very, very sharp. This thing is so sharp, just cuts right through.
But the hardest part of being out here, it's not the cold, it's not survival, it's not existing without food in my belly. It's running the cameras. They are a pain, to put it lightly. Oh well, that's what I'm here for. Damn it, I did press record.
Perhaps more challenging than starting a fire from scratch, sheltering from the elements, or catching wild food is filming it all. Setting up or tearing down all of my camera gear takes up about 65% of my time, making survival a lot harder than it actually should be. I'll see you on the bottom.
This shot, which was simply to illustrate where I had to go to get off of a mountaintop, meant setting up the camera, giving my message, and heading off out of sight. That meant, of course, eventually coming all the way back to pick up the camera and head down the same direction all over again, this time for real. Shots like these may come across your screen taking only seconds, but they can actually take hours to execute. And all the while I'm thinking, I've got to get making my shelter.
Wow.
For this shot, I elected to climb through the bush and walk back towards the camera on an untrampled trail. I want you to get the actual look and feel of what I was going through. Now, I've just edited out about 5 minutes of bush scrambling in 4 feet of soft snow. I think it's worth it, but it's a lot of work. Whenever out there, my filming goal is to bring you there with me, to make you feel like you're part of it all. So what has been dubbed my body mount enables me to travel along, talk to the camera, and show the surroundings all at the same time. And it doesn't have the same shaky handheld feel often associated with a small camera.
To get the good shots, you've just got to put in the effort. Check out some of these moments.
Testing. Test. 1, 2. Test.
I can't tell. I wasn't expecting this in the swamp.
All right, well, that's how it looks when I get it right. But you gotta remember, I'm all alone out there. So only my editor and I get to share in some of my more colorful moments. Oh, of course the iris was all wrong. Oops. Let's try that again. Damn it. Crap. This is what happens when I hurry. If I keep my eyes focused, it's very faint. But what I'm... Old snowmobile trails. Old snowmobile tracks. Come on. Try that again, shall we? Which is a welcome for me. Welcome. Try it again. Almost everything moving wants to bite. Try it again. Bone chilling. Oh, let me try that again. I'm getting waterlogged. Oh. Let's try it again. Well, thanks for taking a look at how Survivor Man is made. The challenges and the ordeals that made this season a success. Where do I head next? Well, keep watching.
Hey. Ay, ay, ay.
Ow. 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 Oh, that hurt. Ow. I'm so scared. And the response has been nothing short of a car driving up the hill. This she's... Back it up. Constantly dreaming up more challenging and... It's one sentence. The production team is constantly dreaming up more challenging and exciting.
You're such a loser.
I know. I get dropped in a secluded wilderness area and forget my lines. To the shifting Arctic from the muddy swamps of Georgia to the shifting Arctica to the shifting Arctic ice. She sells by the seashores. From the muddy swamps of Georgia. Feel like I'm stripping for you. We haven't even had beer yet. That's my happy song because the sun's out.
Off to bed.
Ow. 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 Oh, that hurt. Ow. This time on Survivor Man, I'm heading deep into the Rocky Mountains. I've hired Matt Callahan, an experienced mountain pilot, to fly me well into the range where I have to spend the next 7 days alone. The flight in will give me a chance to have an aerial look at some of the terrain that I'll be up against. Towering 7,000 feet above sea level, the mountain summits are exposed to high winds, driving rain and snow. The summit of a mountain is one of the most extreme environments on Earth.
The weather this time of year, when you get up onto the tops here, I mean, how unpredictable is it? It changes every 5 minutes. Hey, you'll go from 20 degrees and sunshine, and the next minute there'll be a big old thunderstorm rolls over, followed by 4 days of rain. Powerful systems moving in and out, but being in the mountains, you know, you don't see it till they're right on top of you. To bears on a weekly basis. For the most part, you know, it's a non-event. There's guys that have been out in the bush for 20 years, never carry a rifle, and never had a problem. There's other guys that step out of their Jeep and get mauled. Yeah, something to be wary of. Wow, that's a big glacier.
Nearly every mountaintop has a crevice-filled glacier on it. I have to survive here for the next 7 days without a tent or sleeping bag, without matches or food, and I have to film everything myself. I'm being dropped on the mountain completely alone, and for 1 week, the mountain will test me.
Home sweet home.
Top of a mountain, and whatever happens, I'm on my own.
This time on Survivor Man, I'm heading deep into the Rocky Mountains. This vast range is more than 300,000 square miles of barren mountaintops, cold glacial rivers, and steep valleys.
The mountains test not only your skill level, but your will to live. Up here, the combination of the cold and the altitude sap your energy, and it can lull you into what's called a fatal sleep. Up here there's a saying, stop thinking and you'll stop trying. Stop trying and you'll die. Oh boy, what did I get myself into this time? Oh my gosh. Somehow the word overwhelming just doesn't do it. I can see greenery anyway. It's just a question on if I can get to it. There they are. Guess they're getting their one last glimpse at the lone man on the mountain. Man. I am not getting paid enough for this.
I have to survive here for the next week, but without any form of shelter, the first thing I need to do is get off this wind-swept summit.
As far as I can tell, I've got cliff, cliff, glacier, and just more cliff. But the only route I can see is down this way. Just beneath the snow there, I can see green. I can see trees and greenery. And one thing's for sure, the only path I have to safety right now is down.
At this altitude, the thin air makes hauling more than 60 pounds of video camera gear a tough job. I know that spending a week on the top would be foolish. I'm heading down. A night up here would be brutal.
I gotta slow down. Let this sweat dry. Deadliest thing of all in a survival situation is to get all sweaty when you are in cold weather.
The top of a mountain is about as inhospitable a place as you can get. Besides being completely exposed, there is little to nothing in the way of food. Another reason why I have to get moving. There is crystal clear water everywhere, so at least dehydration is not a problem.
Ridges everywhere. Those trees don't look any closer. Now, can't even see them. It'll be easy getting down, then I gotta go back up again. Oh boy, this could be tricky.
I have to survive alone for 7 days. The first thing I need to do is get off the summit and down to the valley bottom.
I've looked all around and I can't find any other way to get to that patch of green except to cross this glacier. Heading out onto a glacier alone any time of the year is foolhardy. Going out now right after some fresh fallen snow,
I have to cross about a mile of this crevice-filled glacier, and the new snow can cover and hide most of the dangerous areas. Crossing this glacier alone is precarious. I'd feel a lot safer if I was roped off to a partner.
it's by far one of the spookiest things I've ever done. We're in the middle of the glacier. That's where I came from. That's where I'm going. Oh man, here comes the rain again. Because, man, I'm in and out of freezing, bitter cold rain. And when the sun does come out, I start sweating. It looks like the weather's coming in on me. I don't like that. I'm getting bored on here, and there's a few things I'd like to tell you about with these glaciers. I'm a little freaked out at the amount of crevices in my way, so I just want to get off of this thing.
These glaciers move about 15 meters a year. Their movement opens up huge cracks. These crevices can be 5 stories deep. If I fall into one, I'll never be found.
Oh, sometimes I wonder what I get myself into. Well, there you have it. And sunshine, too. Wow. Pretty spectacular. Still way in the distance. What's between me and them, I'm really not quite sure.
I'm still many miles from the tree line, and it's not all downhill. It's a constant up and down and over rocks and ridges. I can't take the time to go through what little gear I have. I need to find shelter before dark. The rain is relentless, and the sun is going down quick.
Well, this may not look very comfortable. That's because it isn't. I have not been able to make it down off of these rocks and into the tree line yet. And night is coming in, and I don't want to get caught. This big rock here, at least I'm out of the wind, and if it rains, I'm even out of the rain. This is it. This is where I've got to do my first night. Oh. Oh, yeah. This is gonna be fun.
So tonight, survival means sleeping under a rock while the rain comes down.
It's been blowing and raining for hours. I didn't sleep much last night, but when I did, I'd wake up really quick with that chill running right down my spine. It's just right on the edge of hypothermia. So I squeeze all the muscles in my body and relax them. Squeeze them all and relax them. It gets the blood flowing through my body. Try to keep the chill out. That's a little too close to hypothermia for my liking.
I don't have a tent, I don't have a sleeping bag, no matches, no food, just a pack full of heavy camera gear, the rain, the wind, and 6 days to go.
Oh yeah, mountain blueberries. I think it's been about 48 hours now since I've eaten, and I'm getting hungry. This rain is miserable. It's freezing out here. I'm hunkered down under the rock, trying to keep away from it, but I gotta move. I gotta get off the top of this mountain, get into the meadows. Know what it's like? Just imagine turning your garden hose on full, on top of you, standing outside, spread eagle. Just see how long you can stand there with that kind of cold water coming down on you. That's what it's like here, right now.
It's an old wolf den. There's wolf scat all along the bottom of this. So the wolves will come in here and den up when they need to. I might even consider staying in a crack like this, but it doesn't look very comfortable. So I'm gonna keep going.
I'm soaked right through. There is just no shelter out here. These are very wet, slippery, and steep rock faces. Breaking an ankle here could be a death sentence. Yet getting shots like these means climbing them twice.
This may look like a pretty cool shelter, and for one night, it'd be all right, you know? But you gotta think about things like earth tremors, and the fact is, all around me are fallen pieces of rock. They're down there for a reason. These things break off all the time. You bring in something here like a fire, the hot and cold can break pieces off. So maybe a one-night quickie shelter is fine, but this rock is really cold on my body, and I wouldn't want to be in here for a long time. You think I'm kidding about these rocks? But this guy here, you can tell it's come off pretty recently. You know, I even heard of a story where a guy was out on a day hike and a rock slide trapped him by his arm. He had to break his arm with a rock and sever it with his own penknife.
It's well into day 2, and all I've had to eat is a few berries. But after a long day of traveling, the first touch of forest greenery brings me a renewed sense of spirit. I'm slowly descending into more hospitable terrain.
Looks like a paradise.
I'm hoping that tonight I'll be able to build a shelter and stay dry.
All of these meadows that I'm walking through right now are just riddled with animal trails like the one down there, left by woodland caribou, up here they call them mountain caribou, moose, and of course, grizzly bear. All of this moss was easy to pull up from the ground. I could use that for the bedding, try and keep myself up off the ground. I'm in a bit of a gully, and normally that would be a no-no in terms of a shelter, but I'm sort of up on this knoll here, and that actually keeps me out of the wind a bit more. I shoved in as much of the moss as I could all along this outer side here, and then I started gathering boughs and sticking the boughs in. It's a pretty sort of standard kind of bush shelter here, and it's I've got to make it now because that over there is one mean thunder and lightning storm, and this is, yeah, it's rumbling. This is the last place I want to be, on the top of a mountain during a lightning storm. The rocks and the pebbles will actually stick to your boots with all the magnetics in the air and the electricity. Add to that tonight now, I'm in subalpine territory, home of the grizzly bear, home of the cougar.
Les is going to be pretty ragged. I mean, he's lugging I don't know how many pounds of camera gear. When you're doing that, you're burning up twice, 3 times the energy that you normally would have. He should be conserving fat, and what he's doing is actually burning calories.
Should have checked my supplies sooner. Got one of these emergency blankets. They say that kind of like how roast a baked potato. We'll see just how warm it keeps me. On the top of a mountain in the fall. This is my view. Looks like that storm's staying over there. That's a long, hard day and a wet one. I guess my biggest concern now is cougars hunt at night, and the black bears and the grizzly bears will be out sniffing around.
These blankets are supposed to work great if you can get them next to your skin, but the last thing I want to do is get naked in the wind and rain on the top of a mountain. It's day 3 of my week-long challenge to survive in the Rocky Mountains. No food, no matches, no tent.
This was miserable, absolutely miserable night. You know, I've been 3 days now on this mountaintop, and it has rained, drizzled, or misted almost non-stop. I've got to get down to some lower elevations and affect my survival. Because up here, I'm not surviving at all. I'm just enduring. Oh.
Even while I search for food, a constant challenge is keeping my cameras running in this non-stop rain.
Yeah.
Camera problems often get the better of me.
Testing, testing. Let's try it again with the better sound now. Okay, sorry for the swearing. Can you tell the rain's getting the better of me?
Yeah. Huckleberries. And lots of them.
Check out the little bounty I got here. Paintbrush. Just eat the little colored flowery parts. Rain or no rain, I gotta get off the top of this mountain. I'm just getting soaked constantly. That's my only way down. My only hope is that it's not so bad down in the valley. I'll see you on the bottom.
Making my way off the mountain, I'm heading down into the shelter of the forest. But the crew, whose job it will be to pick me up at the end of the week, will have a tough time tracking me in this vast wilderness. It'll be easy for them to lose sight of me.
Sun's coming out a bit. That's a surprise. But I gotta stick with that waterfall. Find my way down. The only way is to go up and around some bad spots. Oh. Every little step I take could be one where I snap an ankle. I have to be so diligent at watching where I'm walking. So I'll tell you one thing. They'd never, ever find me if I was trapped here. Look at this. Here's what I don't want to see. That's bear crap. Okay, that's bear droppings. Oh, great. Okay, so it doesn't look like much to you. Trust me. It's about 20 feet. Okay. Back to the waterfall.
I figure the best route down is to follow a mountain stream. It should lead me to a river.
Just up from the river there, this big, huge, massive spruce tree, and it's very dry right here. Now, it was raining for a good week solid before I stepped foot on the mountain, and it's been raining ever since I have been on the mountain, and look at this. It's bone dry. It's not going to be comfortable at all, but this is as good a place as any to hold up for the night anyway.
That's night number 3. Tell you, it's a heck of a climb down from the top of a mountain, 5,000 or 6,000 feet. And I don't think it's gonna rain again. Actually, it is starting to rain again. But this is pretty cool. One little spot under this tree, and it's just so dry. So I'm just gonna huddle beside the tree tonight and see what I get tomorrow.
It must be at least 10 degrees warmer down here than it was up on the top of the mountain. What I've got to do now is just come up with a quickie shelter, get through tonight. This is going to be better though. More chance for gathering food, more chance for maybe hunting food.
Now that I've made it to the bottom of the valley and the rain is breaking, I can finally go through my gear.
Look at that glorious sunshine. I was beginning to doubt its existence. The circumstances that put me on the top of the mountain basically simulate heli hiking gone wrong. I figured since it's centered around heli hiking, this kind of survival, I can at least have a few items that I might be able to make use of for survival. Something indicative of being up there on the mountain. Ice axe makes perfect sense for crossing the glaciers. Walking stick, just an old ski pole. Crampons with a couple of carabiners on them, and just the remnants of an old pack. You know, just
Who knows what I can make use of with that stuff. A lot of people, when they're heli hiking, have a camera or a video camera of some sorts with them. So in this case, yeah, that's what I've got. A tripod and a video camera. And lastly, just a little cassette tape that would go with the video camera, of course. And then lastly, always with me is my multi-tool. And this time, my harmonica. That's my happy song because the sun's out. Oh, one last thing. My emergency blanket. Let's just see what I can do with this guy. Whoa.
Keeping myself up off the cold, damp sand is vital to keeping the chills away. I have to admit it, my main reason for building here was for ease of filming. We'll see if being so close to the water's edge is a mistake or not.
And the tape, a little button rock. The rock in. Around a couple of times. Should work. I should have known this was a real possibility. There were certainly lots of bear signs up on the mountaintop, but it's more likely that right now at this time of year, they're down low. They're down in these valleys. These tracks aren't all that old considering the rain we've had. You can see that's small bear, possibly grizzly because the claws are poked up at the top here. And hopefully it's just a small black bear wandering around on its own. Hopefully it's not a little one with a mama close by. One of the biggest problems I've had going through this forest is all because of this fella right here. It's called Devil's Club, and it is just covered with thorns. Stuff gets into your skin and it just hurts very much. After a day full of sunshine, I just had a huge downpour of rain. Half hour just came teeming down. Anyway, shelter worked great, so I'm going to crawl inside. Dark's coming in and try and get a night's rest.
Home sweet home. So we'll see how I do tonight. Feels okay though, you know. Feels a little bit protected. Not from bears, but from the wind and rain. Oh, it's just nice not to be freezing. Although I try to sleep while thinking about grizzly bears, I'll be waking up to a different problem.
Oh man, it's been raining all night long, non-stop. I can't believe it. But I'm dry in here. That's the good thing.
That's what I just discovered. The river has come up. That puts my shelter only about 6 feet from the water's edge now. This is not a good thing. In this brief moment, without any rain, I can point out to you that the water's come up another 8 inches. So I don't know. I might be in for some trouble here, but it's coming up pretty fast. You got to think, way up high in the mountains, the glacier's melting, the rain's hitting it, and everything, all those creeks are all funneling down into this one valley.
This water just keeps coming up fast.
There's nothing I can really do except wait it out to see how high the water might get.
I've had enough of sitting and watching the flood come in. I've got to get some food in my stomach. These are high bush cranberries. Normally, wouldn't eat these this time of year. They're better after a frost. Then they get a little bit sweeter. Right now they're pretty bitter tasting. I'm actually not all that good with mushrooms and knowing which one is which. And see, the thing is, with mushrooms, if you're wrong, you're dead. Because many of them are deadly, deadly poisonous. This is called shaggy mane, I hope. Do not do this at home, kids. If you don't know, do not even touch it. I hope that was a shaggy mane, or I'm in big trouble. Take a look at this. That's on the river across from where I'm camped. That's clear-cut logging. That means there must be a road that leads to that. If it wasn't for a swollen river, I could probably find that road and walk out of here.
There's no real way across to the old logging stand, so while the sun comes out, maybe I can try for a fire.
Gotta find some dry old man's beard. This stuff, pretty damp. Doesn't feel super dry, but we'll see.
The ice axe is great for getting to some dry wood.
Sounds like a helicopter to me. Right over top of me. They wouldn't have seen me no matter what. Must have had a fire going.
I've traveled so far from the mountain peak, I'm pretty sure that the crew has no idea where I am. There's 2 days of survival left, and a fire will make a big difference. First things first, though, pulling dry tinder out of a soaking wet forest.
Stage 1, stage 2. Get rid of the damp stuff. Remember, all this wood around me is soaking wet, but if you can get to the inside of cedar, good and dry still. My possibility of having a flood seems to be past now. The water has receded. That's good. Well, like I said, you might very well be the hiker that gets lost with a video camera or a camera, and sometimes you got to do what you got to do. Huh. Okay, now I'm getting closer to the meat of the issue. Whew. Ah. And angle it. There we go. Right about like that.
I have no matches, but the camera lens will do the trick.
Listen, folks, I may have a very small window of opportunity here. The sun is breaking through a little bit stronger now. Over there in the pebbles behind me, the part that was actually flooded a little while ago, is the only place where I've got some sort of hot sun right now. And look what I found. Okay, this was one of the pieces inside the camera. And in messing around with it, break this open here. Okay, and this is just a little bit of dry paper. Okay, so I don't know if it's used for insulation or something. I have no idea. Not an electrician. Okay, here's the tinder bundle. All the cedar that I gathered, the old man's beard,
There's the paper inside. If I get this, I'm gonna run back. I've got my pile of shavings ready to go to catch flame. Actually, I have to go out above the water to start a fire. Probably silly. Okay, where to put my lens? There's the lens. Well, this isn't funny. Ah, this is not funny. Okay, I see it. Darn thing. Sitting right there. Ay, ay, ay. Make this happen with the camera as well. It might be too bright for you to see, but there's a little spot I can make there. Okay. Where are you there? So you can see what I'm doing. Ah, forget it. All right, clouds are back out. It's just not strong enough. Look at all that beautiful sun out there. Well, I'm trapped in behind these trees. And I've lost my sun over on the pebbles as well in the stream. In that clearing where I was, a couple 100 yards out there, that of course it's getting hit by the sun. So I'm gonna give it another shot. It's worth a try. One last thing. Camera's set up now on that, so when I come running back, I'll run over and push the on, and with any luck, you'll see me back here in a bit with some flame in my hand. Big patch of blue. Come on, baby. It's got to be getting hot there. Hope the camera's running. Hope there's enough tape in that camera. Can't move. I'm seeing the most smoke I've seen. All right. Here I go. Ah. Okay. Come on. Yeah! Woo-hoo! The first fire, and the first real warmth I've had in 5 days.
Oh, man. It rained last night, but not as much as before. Mostly this morning, early. Clouds look different today. I hear a helicopter.
I've been hauling huge pieces of wood to keep the fire going in this rain, and it's been 6 days with only a few berries and a mushroom to eat. I need something more substantial.
This is one of the pack that was left.
From the leftover parts of a pack, I can make a tool for hunting.
One side. Alright, I'm gonna shut the camera off while I finish this up.
This is it. There is grouse around here. Now, let's go see if it works. Seems to work not too bad. Making a slingshot is one thing, but finding something to hunt with it is another. I can use the moose trails to push through the forest and look for grouse.
You know, trail or no trail, I've still got to mark my way to make sure that I don't get lost as I go through.
That's the only way I'm gonna remember. Breaking some branches over. Sorry about all the raindrops on the lens all the time. It's pretty much impossible to keep wiping the lens and keep it dry. This feels more like moose territory than it does grouse or ptarmigan.
Well, lots of fresh moose tracks here. Catching a moose is a little unrealistic for me, though.
That's pretty much the area I came down from. This is spectacular here. This is getting too mucky for my liking. I think I'm walking deeper into a swamp here. Get out of here. Yeah, I'm just in a big bog. I'm gonna circle around and get out of this mess before it gets deeper on me.
All I really accomplished with this hunting trek was to get more muddy, wet, and exhausted.
That ought to keep the bears away. Stop raining.
It's morning, the final morning, and of course, it's raining. I don't know if the helicopter's gonna be able to find me down here or not, but I'm gonna be ready with a bit of a signal fire, if he is. If not, I'm not sure what I'll do. I might see if I can make my way out to one of those logging roads, I don't know. I'm not gonna stay here. Fire's still going though. That's all that matters right now.
The helicopter is flying around trying to spot me. Bit of a mad rush.
I'm counting on the crew to have figured out that I would have made my way down to the river. Whether or not they can spot my fire is another story. Wet spruce boughs on a hot fire will give me the most amount of smoke.
Let's see if you can spot that.
I've been drenched for 7 days. I've eaten nothing more than a few berries and a couple of mushrooms. If there was ever a time when I looked forward to dry, warm clothes and a hot plate of food, it's now.
Does it ever not rain?
Mountain survival has turned out to be one of my greatest challenges.
I think maybe you can see behind me, to the west of me, the storm's now coming in. So today, which was my day to secure some fire, I don't know what the heck's gonna happen because it looks like a real mean storm coming in.
It's just a simple idea, born out of a desire to teach survival skills and share the kinds of challenges and adventures I live every year. With no survival genre on television, there was no example to follow. What I do alone, and for the very first time. Younger and less sure of myself, this is the beginning of Survivor Man. An ultimate challenge, to survive in the forest for 7 days. Little food, no water, no special survival gear or camping equipment. Just me and my cameras. I'm not testing the wilderness. I'm not even challenging it. I'm testing myself. My ability to survive the elements and to creatively capture it all on film. Alone. I'm not up against nature. It's not man versus wild. Me in the wild. I'm up against myself. This is the very first Survivor Man in the year 2001. There's no need to go to a jungle or desert. The northern Canadian bush can be one of the toughest places to survive on the planet, especially when things go wrong. I am familiar with these trees, the water, the rocks. It's a land of many past adventures for me. So to shake up my level of comfort, I threw a dart at a map. I knew it would land somewhere I had no prior knowledge of. Where it lands is where I make my survival stand. Out here in an area known as Wabakimi, a fisherman and hunter's paradise, until things go wrong, and you find yourself lost and alone in the deep woods. So I'm placing myself here in that role, someone lost and without supplies, needing to secure my own shelter and food. This is where it all started.
Okay, folks. Okay. Take it easy. Be careful, man.
I will.
And with the last decaying sounds of the airplane fresh in my ears, I need to start right away with getting a good look around. It'll give me information I need to make choices and keep me calm. To mentally walk through my zones of assessment. What I have on me, what's close by, and what's farther afield. For most people, though, this is when they start to panic. They start to run through the thick bush in fear.
And what do these people do while they're crashing through the bush? For one thing, they always travel downhill, which of course where nobody's gonna see them. And what they don't do is they don't tend to make a shelter. They don't make any signals for anybody to see them. They don't build a fire, and if they do, they wait till the very end of the night, just as it's getting dark. In fact, they've even been known to hide from their searchers, and in really bizarre cases, they've even shot at the people who are coming after them. They don't trust their compass. They doubt even the position of the sun. And the last thing they tend to do as well is sleep. Sleep in the middle of the day, just when everybody's trying to find them. Because at night, it's spooky. I gotta get out of here.
On this first night, I'm opting to spend the night the same way thousands of lost victims have before me. Just to wait it out. No shelter, nothing. Just sit tight and deal with the dark as it comes in.
Most people tend to travel all day long on their first day, really limiting their chances for survival. I'm watching some thunder and lightning rumbling to the north of this lake, which is going to make me nervous for what I might have to put up with tonight. For now, I'm going to do what most people do, which is not right, and I'm just going to, I didn't build a shelter. No shelter, I'm just going to sit here by my fire all night long. This is last match. So here goes nothing.
Using up my last match is a good reason to know alternate methods of fire starting. Once this fire goes out, due to rain or simple forgetfulness, there's no easy way left to secure a fire. Sleeping out under the stars may be enjoyable when you're in a sleeping bag and with friends. It's another matter when it comes to surviving this way.
Well, this is pretty much how I spent the night. Mosquitoes came in pretty good at one point, and for I don't know how many hours, pretty much just tormented me. All I could do was hide under my jacket and hope for the cool weather, which finally came. Not the cool weather, but the temperatures dropped somewhere in the middle of the night.
and the mosquitoes kind of left. Of course, then I spent the next part of the night shivering every once in a while. Whenever the fire would die down, I'd wake up shivering. So, with the sun just about to rise, all I feel like doing right now is sleeping some more, which is pretty classic because that's when the rescuers are going to be coming for me, is now, and yet I'll be off in the sun feeling comfortable with the darkness gone and sleeping. Stay true to form. I'll let the fire die. That was my last match last night. So from this point on, I'll be matchless and fireless. It's day 2, and likely you're going through a whole new set of emotions. Perhaps guilt, stupidity, and maybe even embarrassment over the predicament you're in. But it's time to sit down and take stock of not only what's around you, but what you have on your person. Looking at my predicament here, I've got my wallet. Well, first of all, I've got a good container here that I can use for gathering berries, perhaps even scooping water and drinking it. Yeah, heck, even the zipper can be broken off and filed into something sharp against a rock. I've also got this little paper clip that's holding the money together. Well, instant fish hook, instant sharp implement. My set of keys, pretty much ditto for that. I can take the keys, file them down. I can't stress enough that if you're going to be out in the bush, take a Swiss Army knife with you, some sort of knife. Of course, I've got a couple of blades, can opener, that sort of thing. This saw blade's going to come into great use when I'm working on the shelter later on. Lastly, of course, the favorite of all of this is the food I've got. So that is pretty much what I've got to work with.
What I have to work with now is knowledge, so I can start to make plans for survival.
This looks like it could be a good spot for a shelter for me. I've got this big natural wall on the side of me from where a tree has fallen over and lifted up the root system. I'm close to the water, I'm close to firewood, I'm close to a few blueberries and other berries as well. And that's very important. If you've got to go a long ways to get your firewood or your food or your water, then it's not a good location for your shelter. I've got a nice, smooth kind of rock situation here that's fairly level for making my bed on. I've even got a cubby hole here where I might be able to put a little fire inside. The only downside is it looks like it's kind of a runoff area for when it rains. But if I lift myself high enough off the ground to protect from that, I should be okay. I think this is going to be home.
I got away lucky with no rain coming in the night before, so shelter now is vital.
Too often people making a survival shelter, they get the roof up quick because that's their primary concern. They go to crawl inside and all they've got to lay on is the cold, damp ground. That can get to you really quickly. So the best thing to do is to get your bedding down first. You're going to want to use a lot of boughs because basically 3 feet of boughs, when you get in, it gets compressed down to about 6 inches of bedding by the time morning comes along.
Some people will just not drink fresh water from lakes without filtering. I know enough to instead guzzle as much as possible. It takes away the feeling of hunger.
This is where the saw comes in really, really handy. I tell you, it makes a big difference. If I didn't have this saw, I'd be spending a lot of calories trying to break this branch off or other branches or only be able to use smaller trees. Man, what a difference it makes to have a knife.
I have to keep the work appropriate to the tools at hand. Small saw, small branches. Less effort wasted securing my shelter.
As far as I can tell right now, I've got a thunderstorm coming in on me fairly soon. I've got to find a way of making that shelter dry, and I don't have a tarp. So anything can work, and you can find lots of different barks or big pile of leaves also works really well too to shed the rain. But there's nothing that works as well as birch bark. You can make a split right down the center, and that's going to peel off as one big shingle. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Haha. Look at that.
In survival, having birch trees within a short walk from my shelter location that are just the right amount of rotten so that the bark comes off easy, yet is not full of bug holes, and then to even have enough to cover my roof is very good luck, and a rare find. But then is it luck at all, when in reality I went looking for them? It's one reason why I'm not a fan of the stay-put mentality, if you have a good level of bush skills.
I can flatten these out just by getting some heavier logs and laying them down on it to try to get a better pitch, better angle to this roof. You don't want it too flat. The water just percolates through. You want it to drain down. Once you've got the roof secured for rain, or at least you think you do, after that I usually put on a couple of heavy rotten logs to deflect more rain and to weigh down the shelter. Keep these guys flat. And then basically anything you can throw on there, throw on. Moss, leaves, branches, whatever you've got, just start throwing stuff on. And I've been sweating profusely all day doing this. That's the downside of when you make a shelter. You start burning up a lot of valuable calories. And you've got to be careful, but by the same token, to be caught out in the elements is worse.
When I question what to do next in a survival situation, I can't think of it as beating the odds. I have to simply take all things into consideration and then make an informed decision based on a calculated risk. I know, it sounds boring, but it is survival.
I spent the entire night last night laid out on this flat rock, just laying there with my hat over top of me, being bombarded by a forest's worth of mosquitoes. Storm never came in. It didn't cool things down. In fact, it just got hotter. So I sweated inside my rain jacket all night long.
Oh man, and sleep here listening to the sound of the mosquitoes. Usually tuck my hands in my pocket just to get them away from the bugs. Oh, and it's a brutal experience. You can hardly breathe inside this thing and you just sweat constantly.
In all my years of wilderness tripping, that is the worst experience of mosquitoes I've ever had. I don't think I got maybe a good solid 15 minutes in total of sleep all night long. And now, I think maybe you can see behind me, to the west of me, the storm's now coming in. So today, which was my day to secure some fire, I don't know what the heck's gonna happen because it looks like a real mean storm coming in.
Whatever my plans might be, it will be the earth, the weather, nature, that will truly decide what I can do, how I must prepare, how long I wait for fire or food, when I can leave this place and get back to the safety of civilization.
This is my view of the storm.
No man-made adaptation will ever be more powerful than nature itself.
I don't know if you can see that, but it's really coming down. That's huge chunks of hail. Thunder's cracking pretty good, lightning. Well, I'm just gonna wait this out. Oh man, even these big chunks of hail, and these guys have already been melting for about 15 minutes. They were probably, well, the ones I saw bouncing were 3-4 times the size. Even these guys taste good right now. Oh, just to feel something cold in your mouth after 2.5 days of intense heat. Oh, it's great. Let's go see if we can find some berries. Here's the two less commonly known ones right together. Bunchberry, and this little guy here is creeping snowberry. Not huge, but a nice little taste power punch. Almost minty-like. This is my one and only raspberry plant that I can find so far. Again, just like the blueberries, you can take the raspberry leaves and boil them up for tea for an extra source of nutrients. The problem of being lost and not having any food is that many of the berries look very tasty to you. Yeah, this one here, nice and blue and juicy, is poisonous. It's Clintonia borealis. Blueberries. I'm lucky. There's not a lot of berries in this area, but there are about 5 different kinds of berries fairly close to me, I'll eat them up pretty quick because, as I said, there's not too many. But I'm not going to eat them now. I'm going to leave them till about day 5 or so. Because right now I'm still living off my fat reserves and a little bit of energy from before. So I'm going to need those berries in a couple of days, a lot more than I need them now. So I'm just going to have just 2 more. Okay, all right, 3 or 4 more.
Rationing while hungry is not an easy thing to do. It seems the weather is in charge so far, and it's pointless for me to try starting a fire now.
This is why you get your shelter going. In the wintertime, there's the odd occasion where a fire takes precedence. But in the summertime, in this area anyway, first thing you want to have up is that shelter. Should have been up the first night, and I would have been better prepared for tonight. For today, I guess. It's up now, and I'm going to hunker in there. The bugs were insane in it last night, which is why I slept out on the rock. It's starting to rain just now, and I can't chance getting myself wet at all. You let yourself get wet even a bit, hypothermia can sink in, even in the summertime, even in the fall. People link hypothermia usually only to the winter. Most cases happen in the fall and in the spring. And this is August in far, far northern Ontario, in the boreal forest, Canadian Shield. I could get hypothermic now if I don't stay dry, which the rain's here now, so that's what I'm gonna go do.
I'm fairly dry. I've got to tuck my legs in to keep them dry. But it's really coming down out there. At least I know I'm fairly low and not out on a point or attached to a big tall tree. Pretty important since lightning's been hitting pretty hard. It's a good thing that I raised this shelter up on top of some rotted logs and then put the spruce boughs down, because already I've got a river flowing underneath me. You have no choice in a situation like this but to hold tight. I'm gonna start looking for some things to get my fire going. I've got a ways to walk around and see if I can get the right ingredients for the fire bow. When you start walking through the bush, if you're gonna leave your campsite, you wanna make sure you really notice everything. Look around all the time. Walk slowly and deliberately. Step over top of things. Don't jump on things. Good way to twist an ankle. And whenever possible, blaze your trail, like perhaps either taking a branch and purposely breaking it in a particular direction, or if you've got a knife or an axe, mark a blaze on the tree on both sides. People mark it usually on the side they're going. They forget to mark it on the side for when they're coming back so they can see where they've got to get back to, both sides of the tree. Yeah, hopefully I won't get lost. Now, I need some cedar and some poplar. Careful not to injure yourself when you're doing this. So the first thing I want to find is a spindle, maybe 6 to 8 inches long, and as straight as I can find it. Just get that off. Okay, so I've got my spindle, and I'll have to clean it up and carve it a little bit straighter than that. The next piece of your fire bow is actually the bow part. And pretty much any kind of branch will do, as long as it's, oh boy. As long as it's strong enough and curved. Now right here by my shelter, all these upturned roots, a lot of them of course are bent. This one's probably a little too weak, but I can try it later if this one doesn't work. But I like the shape of this guy up here, so at last I've put together the essential elements for a fire bow. I've got my spindle all ready to go and just hopefully shaped nicely and smooth enough. I've got the fire bow now, which the root's probably going to work out. I carved a couple of notches in around the end so that I can tie this leather lace on, which came, of course, from my boot,
The baseboard, in this case, is just this cedar branch. And lastly is the bearing block to hold it down. This is trial number 1. Wish me luck. You know what? I'm getting smoke, but my notch is not close enough to the hole. The dust is just scattering around. Oh man, I'm not getting it yet. Oh God, that's hot. That's hot enough to ignite. Oh, jeez. Oh, so close. All right, my bootlace is broken. Gotta keep trying. Ah. Oh my God. All right, well, now I'm in trouble. I've doubled the bootlace to hopefully make it stronger. Boy, this is one of the toughest I've ever had to do. And, you know, I've done hundreds of these fires. But this setup is not optimum. It's not working for me for some reason.
To add to my problems, it's reaching record-breaking heat this day. So I have to stop often and gorge on water.
Oh, God. So close. Come on, spin. If I don't get it this time, I gotta take a break. String broke. Down to one string.
Feeling like I'm failing at getting a fire going by using wood friction, I've decided to change up the wood material to see if that can make a difference.
It took a long time to get this split and this into shape. Basically, I was dealing with a branch that was this big. Come on now. Take this time.
With this many hours put into the effort, I'm drawing on my last energy reserves to make this happen. And it's breaking me down.
Oh my God. Oh, I'm so close. So close.
Come on.
Squeaking is never a good sound when it comes to the firebow. Yet I somehow seem to be getting better results after way too many hours of trying.
That's the best one so far. Hang on. That one's really close. But my spindle's slipping all the time. Uh-oh. Well, now I gotta work on this again.
And then it happened. As I got up to move the camera, I noticed a small wisp of smoke. I had indeed finally gotten a small ember from the last combination of wood. And there's no way I was gonna lose this one.
It's very important here that I don't jump up. So I could kick everything flying. It's very tender. Okay. All right. I gotta be really gentle.
At this moment, this bundle is everything.
Ha ha ha! Yes! Yes! Ha 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 ha! Oh my God, that was tough. I've never had so much trouble getting a fire going. Oh, yeah. Woo! I have created fire! Oh, yeah. I'd like to thank the Academy. I'd like to thank cedar. I'd like to thank poplar, birch bark, and Spanish moss. Yes. What a difference this is going to make. Couple of things. Psychologically, heat, and now, if I'm able to catch any, well, if I have to eat leeches or snails or anything, at least I can cook them up, kill any parasites that might exist with them. But now, I'm gonna try my hardest to catch some fish, and, or maybe a mouse or something like that. Oh man, that was tough.
I was expecting to spend last night laying out on the rock and being tormented by mosquitoes as I have every other night. So I decided to come up and sit by the fire and sit in the smoke, and hopefully they wouldn't hassle me too much there. But something surprising happened.
It's hard to get any word in.
The temperature seemed to drop just a bit, and the stars came out, and the mosquitoes cooled off a little bit and left me alone. So I just laid here by the fire all night long, and I discovered something, a sense of familiarity. Now, it's deeply psychologically comforting to have a sense of familiarity out here. I'm certainly not familiar with laying on the rocks and letting mosquitoes torment me all night long. Heck, at one point I even looked up and there was northern lights on one side of the sky and a full moon on the other side of the sky. It made a big difference for me to get through a night like that.
It's time to work on a signal fire, so a plane can spot me from the sky. Back at home, they won't have any idea where I may have ended up.
Having some form of cordage out here is pretty important. In fact, whenever I go tripping, I carry tons of excess rope. You know, you can make cordage, and I've found that out here that spruce roots work really well. It's very, very strong. I've taken the spruce roots and I've tied around from pole to pole, tied up at the top, and for strength. And then I've done like a lacing with some more spruce roots across the bottom to create like a mesh on the bottom, and also on the sides so that stuff doesn't blow out of the sides. I'll do the same across the front once I'm done. But the next stage basically is to get all my birch bark and all of my tinder and stuff like that, and to shove it in there and get it all in there with lots dangling down at the bottom so that it's
ready to go. With fire, shelter, and signaling taken care of, I notice my hunger starting to preoccupy my thoughts. It's time to do something about it.
So, I'm trying to occupy my mind and get busy with some stuff, making a figure 4 deadfall here. Gonna catch us some food. Damn. Ow! On the end right here, hopefully the mouse comes along, gives it a little nibble, and I get dead mouse. You know, some people have had to do some pretty outrageous things to survive an ordeal. Consider the person who, if they had a canoe, might paddle across to that island over there and set it on fire so someone would spot it. Or someone who chops down or burns down a hydro pole so workers would be forced to come out to find out what the trouble is. Illegal? Oh yeah, definitely. But survival is about doing whatever it is you need to do to live. It's not pretty, it's not comfortable, it's not fun, it's ugly, and it's never a game. The old saying is, better to be tried by 12 than carried by 6. You know, I felt something really interesting today that I wasn't expecting, and yet a lot of lost victims do say they feel it. Boredom. I was just getting really bored today. And it happens, and you've got to get your mind occupied. I mean, the fire was done, the shelter was okay, the signal tower was done, and the boredom crept in. And you know what that can do to people. It can be really dangerous. So you need to start occupying your mind. So now I'm starting to whittle away and carve at little deadfalls and snares to set up and see if I can procure maybe a little bit of meat, get a bit of protein into my diet. Anyway, I can hear the mosquito hum starting again, so maybe I'm lucky and I can be like last night, not have to wrap myself up in this raincoat again.
Keeping my contact lenses clean, fixing my camera gear, and setting up to film. It's the little things. They're all still part of the challenge of what must be accomplished if this week is to be a success. Mostly, though, what I'm here to do is survive.
Morning of day 6, and a little tense this morning. Had to come out and make sure the fire was still going after I got a bit of a sprinkling last night. I thought I put out enough logs, but I wasn't sure. Just able to keep it going. There's a mixed bag of weather going on right now. There's rain clouds and blue sky. So the priority is going to be to keep this fire going, of course, as always. So throw another couple big logs on top of it.
The weather continues to remain in control of the situation.
The thunder's rumbling like crazy in the distance. So, I figure I'm gonna play it safe and bring my fire inside. I actually put a big rotting stump on the outside fire to protect it from the rain and act kind of like an umbrella, which is what I was in northern Quebec with the Mistassini, in Mistassini with the Cree, and that's what they did. They take big punky logs and put it over top of their fire before a torrential downpour, and the fire would keep going. I've trimmed all of the top here, got away all the hanging pieces, things that are gonna burn, stuff like that. And I've got all my twigs and branches and everything ready. Now, pretty much stick with small, thumb-sized sticks for this, maybe long ones. But the problem with this fire is you are having to feed it pretty much constantly. And that's why the big rotting stump works really well. But that rain is coming. The sky is very black over there. And, oh, I'm gonna get rained on again.
With rain and wind, my constant companions during this survival ordeal, I have no other option but to try to work within the flow of weather. Try to survive alongside of it, rather than fight against it. Yet still, there are a few little survival tricks that can help keep me alive.
I'm in here somewhere. Just a couple of big punky logs laid over top of my fire and just let to smolder and burn underneath, and pouring rain. It just poured on me, torrential downpour with thunder and lightning for about an hour and a half straight. And it has opened up to one big, beautiful sky, all blue. And my fire's still going. A lot of survival books go on about catching big game. I haven't even seen a mouse, let alone a grouse. And I saw one caribou and a flock of ducks, but they didn't really want to come over and visit me, so you're left with the main fare, a snail and 2 leeches, or as I like to affectionately call them, lunch and dinner.
It's not much, but at this point, the power bar is long ago eaten, and now 6 days without food. It at least is something to focus on, to spend some time on, to keep my mind focused, and as little as it is, something to eat.
Here we have it. A meal fit for a king.
It's disgusting looking, but it's protein.
So this is what's left of my snail after first cooking it on the stick and then putting it on a rock to finish frying up there. It doesn't look like much. It'll have to do. Down it goes. Well, I'm stuffed. How about some leech dessert? Here we have it. My sun-dried and smoked 2 leeches, ready for the eating. Well, what are the realities of this situation? The realities are that trying for fish or big game, even squirrels, is a very difficult process. Don't expect to be lost for a couple of days and be bringing home some major meat unless you've got some gear with you. When you have nothing, it's very difficult. Fishing with a 2.5-foot line twisted off my shirt is not very ideal, even though I just saw a huge pike swimming right beside the shore. So you're left with, well, as I read one time, you're left with the gots-tos. There's the wants-tos and the gots-tos. There's the wants-tos, the stuff that you want to eat. And then there's the stuff that you gotta eat because you need sustenance. A little crispy. Tastes like chicken.
Even this far north, there are wild edible greens I can take advantage of. And getting to them in the lake means protecting my clothes so that I'm dry at night, lest I bring on hypothermia in the dark. I know these particular tubers are not very tasty, but they are a good source of starch and nutrients.
These rocks have been in the fire for a long time. They're red hot. And I'm putting them inside the hat here full of water. I've got the blueberry leaves, I've got raspberry leaves, I've got some Labrador tea leaves, and I'm trying to get this to boil.
This hot rock method for boiling water comes from the earliest of human food heating methods.
I don't want to burn my hat. It's not a rolling boil by any means, but it might be enough to do the job. Well, I've got about 3 or 4 cups of stew here, or liquid anyway. What I would do is drink when it cools, I'll drink the liquid for the tea factor. I've got the Labrador tea in there, the peppermint, or not the peppermint, I wish there was peppermint in there, the blueberry and the raspberry. But I also put in this stuff here. I cut up the pond lily tubers. So let's see what that's like. It's soft anyway. Now see, I had pond lily tubers one time before. It was terrible. It's very bitter. We just roasted it in the fire. That's edible. Totally edible. It's kind of bland. Touch of bitterness to it, but it's full of starch. And I could use some of that right now.
With my time here coming to a close, I'll need to watch the skies for my ticket to safety. I knew they would come for me today. I knew they would try to find me, and I was confident they would on this easy-to-notice, bare rock. Yet still, the feeling of being found is one of elation.
Take a breath. Woo! The triangle tripod formation held up really well in the storm. It was blowing on all night. Thought it was going to blow over, but it stood straight and strong. The boughs helped to shed the rain so the birch bark wasn't so wet. And I couldn't get this.
This survival experience and the filming of it set in motion a multi-year chain of events. Yet the entire story is, can I survive? Can I endure the elements and find my way? Procure my own food, create fire, exist far from any of the advantages of civilization? Could I survive like my ancestors once did, entirely dependent upon the land? These questions are universal in their appeal, yet the answer is simple. I can. We all can. And whether we think it or not, our very survival is dependent entirely on the land, the water, the oceans, the planet. Survival will always be a universal concern. This week-long experience only broke it down to its simplest form. One person, alone, surviving. I'm at least 100 kilometers from the nearest snowmobile trail or Seoul. Last night it was minus 40. I have no matches and only one energy bar per day. Where is the most difficult place to survive? Is it the Arctic, the jungle, the desert, the deep forests? Which of the world's environments makes survival a precarious thing and forces you to exist on a knife edge between life and death? It's not a place. It's not an altitude or a particular type of topography. It's not dry or wet. It always comes down to temperature. And what temperature is the most difficult? The cold. Hands down, it's always the cold. In the year 2001, I filmed myself surviving in the far north of Canada, and it struck a chord with anyone who saw it. So I was asked, what else can I do? And before I could stop the words from leaving my mouth, I foolishly answered, how about the winter? And so in the middle of January in Canada's far north, in a deep cold snap, in the year 2002, I set off again on a survival endurance test to take on the challenge of coping with nature's best and worst during the most unforgiving time of the year. Flights like these are always anxious and foreboding. They're filled with fearful thoughts and doubts. What am I getting myself into? This is foolish. How do I survive out here, completely alone, devoid of human contact or help in the most difficult survival situation of all? Deep cold. This is crazy. I can hear the sound of Trevor's plane just off in the distance now. It's about minus 30. Now what? It's mid to late afternoon. And I don't have the time to get picky, so best bet is to get out of this wind. It's not even a strong wind, more like a breeze. But in these temperatures, it feels like tiny razor blades cutting across the exposed flesh of my face.
See if I can find a good little shelter here somewhere. There comes a time, well, the time's pretty immediate actually. You've got to make one important decision. Stay or go. Most importantly is just the realization that you have to make that decision. If you stay, you have a chance to build camp, make signal fires, and maybe start hunting. You might have a situation where you're simply waiting for a better chance to travel, like waiting out a storm, or perhaps waiting for freeze up. Or maybe there comes a time when you realize they ain't looking for you anymore, and it's time to get out of here.
No one will be looking for me for at least 7 days. So whatever happens out here is entirely up to me. I have only choices, as limited as they are. But I still have to make the right ones. My very survival depends upon it.
Home, I guess. I don't have a lot of options here. You know, in the survival books, they always show some guy in an quick emergency shelter. You can get under the boughs of a spruce tree or something, and there's this little cubby hole. Yeah, well, I've looked around. This is about as best as I can do for immediate natural shelters. But there is a lot of boughs and stuff. We'll see. I gotta get in here and just hopefully make sure I'm protected from most of the wind. That's really important. So get out of that wind. I looked around and saw a couple of other possibilities, but if you sit and watch for a while, you notice a little Spanish moss hanging down, you could see it moving. So you knew there's a breeze working through there. When I sat for a while and looked at this spot here, everything's still, so hopefully I'm in a little protective cove. I just did a big no-no. Put my axe down on the ground. Huge, huge mistake to do that. Do not put your axe on the ground, especially in the winter time, because you'll lose it in a mere second. The benefit of this shelter is it's sort of a natural shelter. All I'm doing is chopping off the tops of trees, little spruce trees here, and filling up a wall in the holes here. Sort of like a makeshift lean-to, I guess. Oh, it's just feeling cozy already. I gotta keep my humor up because I won't be there at 3 a.m. I could get into doing a big elaborate shelter, but I only have probably another hour and a half of daylight. And I know that in making a shelter like that, I'm gonna start sweating. You sweat, you die. So I don't want to sweat. Yeah, this is possibly dangerous. You better know how to wield an axe before you start doing this. Any injury out here is deadly. You don't have to use your axe. Don't. Break things off. You want to save the axe. Keep it sharp. Now, all of that said, I actually did bring a file with me, because I rarely take an axe along without a file strapped to it. Because a dull axe makes you work a lot harder. These boughs are going to be good insulation for the shelter, both underneath me and all around me. Try and make like a cocoon. It's always good to know how many hours you've got left in the day, and a great and easy way to do that is to outstretch your hand towards the sun. And on an average hand, each finger represents about 15 minutes. So if you just touch the bottom of the sun and then count down to the horizon,
you get a good approximation of just how many hours are left in the daylight, and that's always important to know. Especially when the sun setting is followed by brutal cold temperatures.
I'm gonna light the fire. I have one match, so after I get the fire going, all I'm gonna do then is reinforce shelter a bit and try to get as much firewood here on hand before it's too dark for me to be moving around in the bush. I don't have a lot of time though. Here we go. Last match of the week. Birch bark. Birch bark has got to be the best fire starting material out here.
Well, it was definitely a cold night. I kept the fire going and I was able to just keep feeding it all night. A lot of shivering, very little sleeping. It's warmed up a bit. It's about minus 17 right now. So it's not so bad. Let's find out what I've got to work with here. First thing, very valuable in survival situation, rope. 1,001 uses. Flare. Well, we're going to try out a flare. Never had a chance to do it before, so we're going to try it out this week and see how that works. Signal mirror. Excellent. I'll take a, it's stuck in there, but take my word for it. Inside there's a small mirror. Can used not only for signaling airplanes, but you can also check your face and see if you've got any white spots in case you've been out in the wind. Make sure you're not getting frostbitten anywhere. Ah, a hot hand. That's got to help me out at night, for sure. Only one, unfortunately, and there's 7 nights to deal with. A whistle, vital. You can go behind a tree in the bush, even in the summertime, especially in the winter. Yell your lungs off. No one can hear you. A whistle helps to cut through the dense forest cover a lot better. Same thing with trying to go across rapids. Very difficult to hear a human voice. Flint striker. Going to get into that later for fire starting. Excellent item to keep with you. You can drop this thing in the water, pick it up a year later, and it still works. Aha! Garbage bag. Not just any ordinary garbage bag, an orange garbage bag. I've got a shelter cover, I've got a raincoat, I've got a signaling device because orange is going to show up a lot better than dark green. If you can take a garbage bag, make it an orange one. Fishing line, and some lures to go with it. And what's important with these lures, as well, is that I've purposely chosen winter fishing lures. And that's another thing that's key. When you set up your survival kit, make it something that's conducive to the season you're in. So in this case, something for winter. With my first zone of assessment considered, what I'm carrying, it's time to see what's around me.
Now these tracks here are woodland caribou tracks. Unlike its counterpart up in the Arctic, they tend to be a very solitary animal, very difficult to see in the boreal forest, especially in the summertime. But in the wintertime, they will come together in small little communal groups. And the great thing about what you can see here is the difference in time in these tracks. These two tracks here beside me, who knows, maybe a couple of days old or so, but it's been windy for most of the day, and those tracks over there aren't wind blown at all, so we know that an animal has come through here pretty recently. Further on up there, you can see where there's some bit more snow muscled up there, mushed up. What happens is they will often come together in little groups out in the middle of lakes, and who knows what they do, just hang out and talk, but they do tend to come together out there, walk around. This is probably more than one animal, as I see some other tracks around the area here.
But animal tracks are nothing more than that. Tracks. You can't eat them, and they won't keep you warm. And the truth about the wilderness is that it's not crawling with available game and easily caught food.
This is brutal. This is why you want to stay away from hills as much as possible. This is where the hole in the snowshoe, this is what it's all about. My toes are slipping down into the bottom of or through the hole of my snowshoe, and it's my toes that are gripping the hill to help push me up, which is difficult in this powdery, poofy
slippery snow. Again, that's why I so much prefer using moccasins rather than boots. I can feel the ground with my toes. I can get that little extra grip in there. Not easy though, either way. Well, what have we here? In the summertime, I did a similar survival situation where I came and stayed right here in this location, right in this spot. But let's take a look. And let's hope there's no bears that used it for a den, because it's a perfect size. There's even frozen, as if there was like an air hole coming out here. Make no mistake about it, bears do hibernate. But many hunters know it doesn't take much to wake them up and have them come popping out in the middle of winter, very angry. Well, I suppose it would make a good emergency shelter if I had to get in there. A little rock and everything is there, but it took me a long time to dig this snow out. Even though it's covered over and everything, the way the winds blow and whip around here, they've just blown snow in there. There's at least almost 1.5 feet or 2 feet of snow in the shelter, reaching all the way in. So it took me a bit of work. Because as I said, this is definitely not the ideal location anyway. It'd be freezing with that north wind.
The irony of travel in the winter is that in some ways it's easier. I can walk across the lakes. At least that's the thought. The reality is that I'm wearing many pounds worth of clothing and pulling toboggans with my gear. In this case, it's all my camera gear.
Even in the wintertime, you've got grass just sticking up out of the snow. If the snow's not too deep sometimes, it's almost always nice and dry. I love it for getting a fire going. It gets a lot tougher to get a fire going in the wintertime. I know in the summer, I love the option of having a really big fire and dropping big logs, even punky logs on it, because they'll burn all through the night. In the wintertime, all your punky logs are buried and frozen to the ground and buried by the snow. So you're left to whatever you can sort of grab and break. Anything small and dead like this off the bottoms of trees help a lot, but certainly the bigger fire I can get going, the better I'll feel. You know, when I was first dropped off by the airplane, I could have swore that towards where the sun is right now was due east. I was sure of it. Turns out, it's actually due south. Now, how did I find this out without a compass? Pretty simple. My watch. It's not that difficult. If you take your watch, you point your hour hand directly at the sun, halfway between your hour hand and 12 noon on the face of your watch will be south. And of course, the opposite's going to be directly north.
Knowing direction can help me protect myself from the prevailing winds. I can build my shelter, taking this knowledge into consideration.
That's the one I wanted.
You kind of have to think like an animal sometimes when you build a survival shelter. In this case, it's like a bear seeking to hibernate.
Well, I've been spending the day just adding to this shelter. As much as possible, I need to close it all in. Tonight, I'm still in the same scenario I was in last night, where I've got to sit here and buy a bigger outdoor fire. The best thing to do is to create like a cocoon that you can get right inside. So even if you didn't have a fire, at least there's some residual heat in there from you. But if you can have a fire that's also protected and inside your shelter, way better, especially in the winter. So I've just been weaving these branches into my shelter to keep me warm and to keep me up off the ground. Right now, there's quite a whiteout happening on the lake. So you know what that means? It means that satellite phone, GPS, two-way radio,
None of these things will do me any good at this very moment with a whiteout like that. Nobody can fly in that. Nobody can land here to help me out.
Like the proverbial devil disguised as an angel, the winter is beautiful, but deadly.
Time to make fire again. This time, I'm going to use basically the traditional pioneer method. They didn't have their packs of matches or lighters to carry around. What they did have was steel, something with a high element, high carbon element, and rock. And let's not get into what different kinds of rocks you can spark with. If you're lost, just find a rock that'll spark. If you happen to be lucky enough to have some steel with a high carbon element in it. Ow, haven't done this in a while. The last thing you need is a way, what's happening here is you're coming down and shaving off tiny little slivers of metal and they're shooting away, melted, and they need something to land on. So what you need is something to catch that little spark and then hold a glow. What I've got here is charred cloth. Basically, you take 100% cotton, and whoops, don't get it in the snow, and you put it in a tin, close the lid of the tin, put it in the fire. So you've chicken before the egg. You got to have a fire to make this stuff. And I'll show it later, but you'll pull the tin out and open it up after a while, and you've got this charred cloth. The point is it's charred, not burnt. So you try to get the spark to land on it. Oh boy, not a good start. Oh boy, it's lots of good sparks, but the cloth isn't holding it. That's not a good sign. Remember Jeremiah Johnson? Robert Redford sat there in the bush trying to get a fire going. This is exactly the method he was using. Got her. All right. What I've got now is this piece of charred cloth is just holding a little ember, a little glow. I think you might be able to see that. That gives me some time to put it in my tinder bundle, which is this collection of dried grass and Spanish moss, cedar bark that's been all schmucked up there, sort of broken up in that. And try to make yourself a little furnace here. Whew, close. Make sure you got all your other tinder ready. And of course, birch bark is a perfect tinder, full of oils. Even when it's soaking wet, it'll burn well. Oh. And you're in business. Now, why should you bother carrying a piece of rock and steel, you might ask? Well, true enough. I'd much rather carry matches and a lighter. But the point is, what if you only have a few matches left? Or you run out of fluid in your lighter? All you have to do is figure out a way to make your charred cloth. If you don't have 100% cotton, which is what it takes, so you can use the bark from a punky tree. You can make charred cloth. If you found a way to get a spark like that, you can extend the life of your lighter and your matches and not even have to use them. And that may matter a great deal if all you have is a handful, 3 or 4 matches on your person. Whew.
Fire is my greatest defense against the brutal cold.
welcome to my chalet. Well, I made it through another night. Obviously, I must have got enough sleep for my fire to die. Is that ever vital? One thing that should be part of your plans for surviving is getting sleep, getting rest. If you get to the point where you're slipping into exhaustion, fighting hypothermia becomes extremely difficult. Even if all you get is 20 minutes at a time, which is about maybe 15, which is about what I got last night. That's fine. At least you're getting some sleep. You need that rest to be able to think clearly.
The only way to stay warm now without burning up all my available firewood is to keep exploring, keep moving, but slowly and cautiously, without sweating.
Well, these are fresh marten tracks. How fresh? Well, he's behind me in the bush. That's how fresh. Didn't seem to want to poke his head out to be filmed, but I watched him run up here just now as I came along. I've been walking the shore, going into different areas trying to find rabbit tracks, and that bush is so thick. Everything sounds so easy in a book, you know? Find yourself some rabbit tracks and set your snares and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, right. Now I gotta head back before it gets too late and add to my shelter some more, get that fire going, stock up my firewood for the night. Don't forget, when you go to stock up firewood in a survival situation, plan on needing close to 5 times more than what you think you need. Make a pile, look at it, and say, okay, I need 5 more times the wood than what I have here right now. And you'll have enough to get you through the morning, through to the morning. I think I'll just let the sweat dry a bit and warm up in the sun. You know how your lips get all frozen? You can't really speak? Oh.
The wind is a great enemy to my skin. Anything exposed at these temperatures freezes quickly. Yet I have to keep moving, keep exerting survival efforts. I can never stop. And that's what makes the cold so difficult, which is why a fire is not just important, it's vital to life. Without it, death by hypothermia, or worse, death by freezing, is only a few hours away.
There we go. And see, I'm ready with my tinder. If you're not, you're cooked, so to speak. Or rather, you're not cooked. You want to have all your tinder bundle ready to go. Whew. Ah. Now, another thing that's important. Actually, before I get to that, I'll just mention that I'm going to now maybe put some logs over, but I'm going to fortify this shelter a bit more, maybe so I can enclose my fire in a bit. I don't have to keep it so big all the time, and I'll be able to get more of the heat from it into my shelter. Well, it's end of day 3, and oh man, it's cold. If the full moon brings with it clear skies, then it's going to be very bitterly cold tonight too. I hope not.
I can do nothing fast. Speed means sweating, and that's dangerous. Working too fast or too hard means burning up calories. I can't stop, but I can't work too hard either.
I have 2 cameras with me, a large one and a smaller one. Big one's just frozen up. It just takes a long time to heat it by the fire. So I'm reduced now down to 1 small camera. I was able to stay warm last night. Well, let's just say I was able to stay alive last night just by mostly
feeding the fire and sitting by the fire, the full moon helped me to be able to see the trees around me. I stocked myself up good with firewood before the night fell. But I also used another trick involving these guys, which, thanks to the axe, helped me to have access to. I can't believe how cold it's getting. Minus 37 was just brutal last night. So other than getting up and jumping around and stomping on my feet to keep me warm, another way I was able to keep myself a little bit warmer, help me get me through the night, were these guys, hot rocks. Basically, you get them by the fire, usually about a dozen. You'll need about a dozen to do this. Well, or as many as you can get, I suppose. You warm them up by the fire. Now, you don't want to get them red hot, of course, and burn yourself, but you do want to just warm them up enough, and then the hot rocks store the heat, and then they let all the heat go off again. So I have a few in the fire, warming up. I pull them out, and I tuck them in around me, back inside the shelter. Put some down by my feet, up in the lower part of my back, and around my chest. And as those ones cooled down, I'd put them back in the fire and pull out the new batch. And it's a neat little survival trick to know. It's hard to find if you're losing me in the smoke. Yeah, sorry about that. It's hard to find rocks in the wintertime for sure, but overturned trees often will have them exposed on their root system. And I found these down by the side of the lake. And well, it's working so far, but my goodness, the nights are brutal. Just brutal. I'm just making myself some spruce needle tea. Pine needles, spruce needles, cedar boughs. I make, well, they call it a bush tea, but it actually has kept people alive. It kept them from scurvy in the past and throughout history, and the explorers, they're loaded with vitamin C. Some people have died of scurvy. Meanwhile, they were sleeping on cedar boughs and spruce boughs at night and didn't realize that they could have made tea out of it and gotten the vitamin C that they needed. It's tastes not too bad and mostly gives me a nice warm drink to sip on. Help keep my body warm and a little bit of nourishment.
Often, all it really takes is a drink of hot water to make me feel human again.
It's taking mostly everything I've got just to stay warm. You know, you always hear about stamping out HELP or SOS, and sure enough, those will work if you stamp them out in the snow. But it's a lot less effort just to simply stamp out a triangle, which is a sign for help, international distress signal. And then stick some trees on the three corners and turn those trees eventually into your signal fires. Gotta keep moving. Gotta keep moving. That's what they say in the north. Well, my 3 signal towers are up. Next thing is to get lots of birch bark, dried grass, whatever I can find that'll burn quickly, and to shove it inside and reinforce those a bit so I make sure that they don't fall down in the wind or anything. And I just realized after tromping around out here and setting all this up that I've been out here the whole time without my ice grips on in case I fall through. Very foolish indeed. Maybe I need some food.
Usually, someone trekking through the winter wilderness needs from 6,000 to 7,000 calories per day to handle the tough going, walking in the deep snow, and dealing with the cold temperatures. I'm getting 0 calories now. The power bars I started with are long gone. So it's easy to become exhausted in these circumstances.
Well, end of another day. It was good to get my signal stamped out in that triangle. I've heard it suggested to do X's, of course SOS, help, whatever, but the triangle is the easiest to do and the quickest, I think. It's good to get that done, and the importance of
layering my clothing really counted today. I didn't overheat at all. I could take off and put on as I needed to. And it's just, that's 40 below. What else do you need to know? Well, I'm about 100 kilometers from the nearest soul out here. One thing about the winter, at least, is the traveling can be easier. Forget about it going through the thick bush, unless you've got snowshoes. But at least you can get out on the lake and move around. I know when I've done summer survival simulations, you can be trapped in one little location, unable to get past swamps, unable to get past the lake. At least in the winter, you've got a little bit more mobility, even if it is freezing.
Wearing contact lenses in this situation is comical at best. I have to warm them up in my pocket just before I put one in.
You probably can't hear that, but there's a big jet going right over top of me. Don't even bother. They're 30,000 feet up, and they can't see the biggest signal you can make. Some cedar boughs to add to my bush tea. You know, wild edible plants in the summer is a great thing, but it's another story in the wintertime. I've been looking around for Labrador tea to, my lips are still frozen, to add to my bush tea. I haven't seen any anywhere. Rock tripe is another, that's that black curly stuff that you see on rocks on the sides of lakes and rivers usually. That can also be boiled up and softened and eaten. It's a little hard on the system, but it does have starch and some nutrients in it. If I remember correctly, it's what Franklin survived on. Rock tripe. Tripe de roche. You know, I have an extra disadvantage in being out here. My fingers freeze really easily. And when I try to work on this stuff, which is touching the cold bare metal, they're frozen very quickly. It's very scary because at times your fingers can numb up so badly and be in so much pain you just can't move until you can get them warm.
I need food, and one answer may be to use that bit of fishing line and lures I have in the little kit. Under this ice, if I'm lucky, could be a storehouse of fresh fish to catch.
You want to make sure that you hold on to your axe too. The worst thing is you go through just in the last second, you can shoot your axe right down into the hole and never see it again. You can see as soon as I chop it out, the water keeps seeping in from the side. It's a race against each other here, between me and the water coming in. This ice could be only 1.5 feet, well, 2 feet thick, because I'm down about 1.5 feet, almost 2 feet now. Or it could be 5 feet thick, which it gets to up here. And if it's 5 feet thick, axe or no axe, I'm not catching any fish, because I'll never get through it. Success! Now that the water shot up like that, I know I'm through. So I just got to make sure I got a hole big enough to get a fish through. And if I don't, I'll have to get a pole and try and make sure the hole's big enough to pull up a fish.
Getting wet was absolutely a bit of a dangerous move. So before fishing, I did go back to my fire to dry out. Since I'm having no luck, I might as well try to work on my shelter a bit by incorporating my toboggan, called a komatik up here.
I've been making use of my komatik here by just helping to cover up the shelter a bit, and then I pull my fire in closer to me, and I just keep a nice small fire, and it's helping me to stay warm at night and beat some of this brutal, brutal cold. The other thing I'm doing is I take the sled bag that's attached to the other side of it off, and I wrap it around myself and over top of myself, try and keep a little bit more body heat in. Anything you can use for shelter and warmth is fair game in the survival world.
In survival, methods to obtain food or fresh water, or ways of being protected from the elements, must be tried and tried again. After all, what else do you have to do out here, other than try to make your situation a little easier on the body? You must always be attempting to improve your circumstances, or perishing is just around the corner.
Well, one thing you can do if you want to keep your hole from freezing overnight is get a big pile, just push all kinds of snow over top. 6 feet long and 3 feet high is not overdoing it at all. You want to try and keep it from freezing up. You have to go all through the chopping all over again. Now in my case, I've got the axe though, so I know at least with an axe, it's only going to freeze a little bit, it's not a big deal. More when you don't have an axe that I get worried about it. But
overnight, the surface of this water froze more than 2 inches. That's how cold it was.
maybe I need a new lure.
I was supposed to go home this day. Nature has decided to play games with me. Perhaps hold me for another night of the cold. I can't be sure. And I don't know if they're coming to get me.
You can't fight weather. If it's a whiteout, it's a whiteout. Planes are grounded, so are helicopters.
Finally, with a break in the storm, I could hear the faint sound of plane engines. They were sneaking in between whiteouts to get me out of here after 7 days of winter survival. I nearly froze my fingers off lighting these fires, and learned quickly that just one fire would have been sufficient. Three fires is overkill. So I decided to light the flare, and I learned quickly that against the white snow, it's very hard to see. So where is the toughest place on the planet to survive? Anywhere it's cold. You don't see a lot of shows about survival with camera crews and directors played out during the winter because it's too cold for them to film. If survival is to be shown and experienced, then you have to take the bad with the good. Show me a tropical island with available fresh water, and I'll show you a survival vacation. Go to where temperatures are cold enough to freeze your skin within seconds, and wind is so brutally cold you can't even think, and I'll show you true survival. Winter camping, dog sledding, and skiing are some of my greatest joys in life. But I dread the day I have to once again survive in the winter.
You're about to join me in something that's pretty special in the life of a filmmaker. I have gone back into my archive and found lost footage. Years ago, when I was first producing Survivor Man,
The way I originally wanted to show it, to teach all the survival skills, was to actually film and show and include in the cut that would make it to television all of my training on location, all around the world. A little bit in the beginning, I was probably nervous, like, will I have enough content to fill out, a 45-minute episode with just what happens in the bush? Turns out I didn't have anything to worry about, and I'll get to that in a second, but my initial idea was to film all of my Survivorman training before I went in to be Survivorman for a week alone in the woods. So this is a pretty special situation. And to take you back, to place us where I was back in, I guess first it was 2001 for the first pilot, 2002 for the second pilot, 2003 is when I was filming season 1 of Survivorman. Now at that time, there was nothing like it on television. I know you've heard me say that before, but it's true. I had been watching Bush Tucker Man. I just loved that show. I was not aware of Ray Mears, who was doing some work in the UK. But in both those cases, those gentlemen were wonderful teachers, and they were showing different bushcraft and survival skills that existed within the wilderness that they were familiar with. In the case of Bush Tucker Man, it was Australia, and of course with Ray Mears at the time it was the UK, although he had a great fascination, and I'm sure still does, for Canada. Both wonderful men, and as I said, with Bush Tucker Man, I just loved watching that series, and that was before I started Survivorman. The only other thing that was going on was Mark Burnett's Survivor series, which I always say was basically just outward bound with a bunch of hard bodies put on television. And, Burnett scripted a lot of those things to turn out the way he wanted them to. But I give great credit to Burnett for, I think, being the original and main pioneer of reality television. That's not what I wanted to do. I considered myself a documentary filmmaker. So to me, Survivorman was a chance to document what it took to actually survive in different wilderness environs. But here's what happened. Once I delivered the series to the network, they became so enamored with me actually surviving in the jungle and in the desert and out in the wilderness that all of that training footage that I'd shot, it just never made it to the cut. It was just too long to get to the story. And I have to admit, in a way, creatively speaking, I did agree with that. It was a long time coming before you ended up in the middle of the jungle with Survivorman Les Stroud actually surviving. So then I was left with all of this wonderful footage. Well, recently, I checked in with my editor Luke and Chris, and I asked my old partner Barry Farrell, where is that footage? And we are now going through old tapes. I'm talking about standard definition tapes from the year 2003, 4, 5, maybe even 6, where all this footage exists. So we're looking for that stuff, and we're finding it. And it's kind of pretty cool to be me and to go back and say, wow, I haven't seen this stuff in, well, I guess 20 years in some cases. Okay, so let's picture the scene. I'm a budding filmmaker. I've got a couple of pilots under my belt with Survivorman, what we actually originally called 1 Week in the Wilderness with Les Stroud. Then I chopped it together and called it Stranded. And then eventually we called them the Lost Pilots, and we included them in a Survivorman season. So they have gone to air, and you can see them right here on my YouTube channel, of course, as you can with all of the Survivorman episodes. I'm just a young, budding filmmaker, and I'm into the filming of season 1. Now, this was insanely exciting for me. I mean, I'm a filmmaker heading off to the United States of America to film. But let me step back a second. Before I was to go there, I would ask a lot of my survival cronies, such as Doug Getgood or Fred Rowe or David Arama, hey, who do we know that can show me survival in the desert, survival in the jungle, survival in the ocean, survival in the mountains? Because I could do anything when it comes to surviving here in Ontario, but what do I know about surviving in the middle of the desert? Doug Getgood, a brilliant survival instructor here in Ontario, suggested to me a gentleman by the name of David Halliday. Now, David was, in the survival world, was famous. He was legendary. He was known as the guy that could teach you desert survival like no one else. He was the hand drill pro when it comes to getting a fire going. In fact, he was one of the first instructors who was learning and then teaching lost skills from, I think in his case, probably the Paiute tribe, but of course he studied under Larry Dean Olson. And also there was David Westcott, another legend. These names I'm mentioning, Larry Dean Olson, David Westcott, David Halliday, Mountain Man, Mel DeWeese, these guys were legends when it came to survival, bushcraft, and primitive earth skills. And so we would meet these different people when we would go to places like the Rabbit Stick Rendezvous, which is just a gathering. Think of LARPers, but for primitive earth skills. It still is to this day, I think. So Doug Getgood got me in touch with David Halliday, and I was on my way to Arizona to meet up with this guy I'd never met before, never seen him. He was, to me, only a legend. He had just come off of being a consultant for the movie Castaway. It was him that taught Tom Hanks how to get that plow fire going. So, you know, David's a bit of a legend, and I was going to go learn from the guy. And I called him up, and I said, hey, you know, here's the deal. And I had a little bit of a budget, so I offered him some money to just spend 5 days with me. And I headed down to Arizona to learn from the man. And this was going to be a great experience. This was going to be 5 days, just me and David Halliday, alone in the desert, training in survival skills. And I will not disappoint you. That is exactly what happened. I had 5 straight days of training with David Halliday, and it was amazing. So here is some lost archival footage, stuff that I shot myself, just putting a camera there just like I am right now. Got a camera there, got a camera there, got a camera here. I'll plop those cameras down and film David Halliday teaching me various skills in the deserts of Arizona. Take a look. This is the first skill. This was me learning for the very first time how to get my hand drill going.
But if I'm by myself and I'm worried about energy level, I'll let something else hold the board. That way you can squat and get some energy rather than having to hold something still. I taper mine at the top so I can float for a while before I get started. Get some gear action going. Try to use your whole. The idea is, you know, to get. I try to make my hands go up at the last there, so you can, and maybe get them wet. So go for it. Go. If you find yourself slipping, lick your palm once in a while. That's more in me. One more in me. Yeah, I think you're close, but I'm going to go ahead. Ready? Yeah. Okay. You got a spark already, I think. See that smoke? Yeah, you got a spark.
Now, rocks off or?
Yeah. Yeah. And then sometimes it's nice to just take a little twig and release it so it doesn't have to fight its way out. That floor firm. And then I'll show you an Apache match here next. Squeeze it and you're good. Squeeze it more. There you go. Make a taco. We got, it's not going anywhere now. We're going into a fire.
Ah, nice.
My predictions were way off. I figured it'd take a while.
First, I'm going to give a good effort to get fire going by using traditional method of this area, the hand drill. Very primitive method. What I've done is, first of all, I got all my tinder bundle, my grass together by hammering it with a rock and making some powder and putting a powder in the middle. Then you kind of wrap it with some other grass, and I actually used one of my wires from the motorbike to tie it off and make myself the fire bundle here. I found this spindle just while I was down getting the creosote cane. It's a piece of seep willow. And the baseboard that I'm using is one of the ribs of the Sororo cactus. all dead and dried out, and I've just sort of whittled it down to be the right shape for me to work with here. The other thing I did was make this fire lay over here ready to go, just a stick stuck in the ground, and then all the heavier wood put on top. And that way when your grass goes underneath to light up, the heavy wood doesn't crush it, and you can get a nice good aerated fire to get it going. Now, to do this right, first I had to just find the right place, and then once I've got the spindle settling on the baseboard, I cut out a little notch, and that'll give a place for all the hot dust to fall down into. Now what I was showing was to try and keep this motion going, if you do the kind of the itsy bitsy spider move, you practice that for a while to get the motion right of what it is you want to do while you make this thing spin. When you're spinning really hard, if you're just spinning in one spot like this and you're just doing little short ones, it's a lot tougher to get it going. So that's the motion I want to try and keep happening. And the last thing is, as you can see, I've been practicing. It's from these blister marks, it's really easy to get blisters doing this. And so when as soon as you're sort of stopped, you smack your hands together really hard, so hard that it hurts, but that rushes the blood back into the skin and helps anyway to prevent the blisters from coming on. Let's give this a try. You really have to suck up the pain as your hands get hotter and hotter. There we go. Put it in the bundle. Carefully. Yeah, baby. Ooh, doesn't that look good? Woo! No more cold nights for me. Ugh. It's going to be a warm night, and it's going to keep the peccaries and the mountain lions away from me. This brings in a whole new element of psychological comfort. Yeah. And you know, the beauty about fire in the desert is that there's just dry firewood everywhere, under the mesquite trees and different, everything's gnarled and dried up and dead. So I'll be able to keep this fire going for a good long time. This is great.
Now this next skill that David wanted to show me, I actually was familiar with, but it is manifested differently depending on where you are, whether it's the jungle or the desert or the Canadian forest. It's basically a way to carry fire, a fire carrier. Whether you're putting it in a container or you're wrapping up a bundle of dried materials. Well, when it came to learning how to do it David Halliday style, he liked to call it the Apache match. And really, I had learned how to do different fire carriers, well, at least in Canada, but this was going to be a different grouping of dried organic material, and we talked a lot about how to bind it properly, because the problem with carrying a fire in an Apache match or any kind of bundle like that is it's very precarious. It's delicate. If you have the bundle too tight, it snuffs out. If you have it too loose, it pops up into flame. It has to be just right to be able to carry your fire for long distances, open that up a little bit, blow it back into flame, and get a new fire going in your new survival location. So learning how to carry fire was always important to me in every location where I went to do survival. And true to form, David Halliday was not going to let me down. He wanted to show me how to do that a la Arizona style. Funnily enough, later on when I was with, coincidentally, David Halliday again shooting the Mexico 10-day episode, there I wanted to do a fire carrier as well, but we didn't, confer on what to do when I was in Mexico. Instead, the storyline there was that I was kind of in a shipwreck situation. The sailboat was disabled, but as a sailor, I had cigars. And I was able to show that actually a cigar is a fantastic fire carrier. Think about it. Cigarettes as well, but they don't last very long. So a cigar can last quite a long time if you look after it. And so I didn't need him to show me anything in Mexico. But here we go. This is David Halliday and I going over the Apache match in Arizona.
That just crams it down in there kind of thing?
Yeah, makes it tighter. Packing your cigar. And we'll be sure to switch out for better string the second we find it. Trying to burn off all the excess fuzzies. That's what you want right there.
Now back here in Canada, when it comes to the things you can catch and eat, and I'm talking about the very small things, or as we would always say, the creepy crawlies. I've shown how to catch and eat leeches and frogs and beetles and things. Well, one thing here in Canada that's not that big of a deal when it comes to survival and catching small critters would be grasshoppers. Maybe in the prairies, which I hadn't done a show there yet. Maybe down in southern Ontario, southern Alberta, grasslands, places like that, sure. But here in northern Ontario where I am, not so much. So when I went down there with David, Dave's like, well, why don't we do grasshoppers? And I was thinking, oh, come on, what are we going to catch 3 grasshoppers? And I'm actually thinking like a filmmaker, well, that's not much of a scene to show, But no. Dave's like, no, I assure you, you can get a lot of grasshoppers and make a full meal. So I said, okay, fine. Now remember that around the world, these different skill sets, they transfer in principle, but they don't transfer in specifics. The way you light a fire, the way you make a shelter, and which critters you can catch and eat is going to be different from the jungle to the desert, to the tropics, to the forest, to the mountains, you name it. So it was kind of fun. This was actually the first time within the scope of my survival learning that I was taught how to, because there is a method, eat a grasshopper.
And if you don't have a lot of good cooking warm stones, then you just heat up the ground under your fire and then move it over and lay them down in the coal, in the ashes like ash cakes. So we'll do it the easy, quickly right there. You'll notice they're going to start hopping a lot once they get warmed up. Are you catching that movement there?
Oh, yeah.
If I know I'm going to be a grasshopper eater for a while, I'll find myself a favorite thin, flat stone. Actually build a tripod so it's up above the fire. You want to pick rocks that don't explode.
Yeah.
So volcanic rocks. Get them hot enough that you can use them as a toasting tray.
Just pull them off?
Pull them off and eat them. They're going to be, they're going to be a little bit, mushy maybe in spots, and they're going to have a little dirt on them, but that's kind of like a shrimp fish combo, something. It might be a little bit smoked, but I like them. I've always considered them as a first line defense against protein starvation.
And what's
in
the
this environment?
Where is the worry with the tapeworms and all that? How does that come into it?
Well,
or not this area?
If you're in an area that's got lots of big animals like cows or dogs crap you know, if you're in town, or a lot of people with dogs and they're crapping on the ground, and dogs always have a lot of tapeworms, or can, you know. So you want to get them hot enough that you kill the worm if they've got spores in them, because grasshoppers are getting on everything. I've got opinions about how delicious I think they are, but
I think it's a great. I think it's great. It's a great snack. Yeah, it's really good.
There we are. Little grasshopper. What you do, get as many of them as you can. Just hold them this way. You pull off the head, which pulls the stomach out with it. And this thing, which actually stays kicking for a while, is part of a meal. Once you get enough of them, you make yourself a little, well, it's kind of like a fish stringer. Might be a bit big, this one. And you poke it through. There we go. And there's one. Let's see if I can get some more. There we go. There's a nice little feast. Look at this big juicy guy. Look at, they still keep kicking, even after their heads are completely gone. So, there you go. There's my grasshopper kebab. Now, I can roast it beside the fire, but doing it this way on top of a rock, like a frying rock like that, is a real cool and easy way to do it. So I think I'll just put these guys on there. Now, what I want to do is just move that over. I'm going to give these guys just a last roasting just to make sure they're fully cooked, because they can carry tapeworms. So, give these guys a last little roast here, but I think they're cooked pretty nicely. And wings, legs, and all. And there's thousands of those guys all around me. So I think I'll keep eating on them for a while. Bon appetit.
Now, this next bit of skill learning is actually not something I'm going to be able to show you. I did not film it, but I want to tell the story because it's important, especially to myself and David Halliday. David taught me how to catch and eat a scorpion. And that was obviously something new to me. And yeah, frankly, whenever I get asked that question, well, what's the biggest surprise you've had when it comes to eating something as far as it tasting good? And of course, I always usually allude to the witchetty grub in Australia, but I will often also say that scorpions are quite tasty. So let's look at the scene from the actual episode.
There he is. Yeah, it looks like a bark scorpion. An awfully big one. Ooh, and he wants to sting me. Look at that thing. The way to eat these guys, what you want to do is hold them down and just cut off the stinger. Look at him trying to sting that. So once you can get the stinger cut off, there. Okay. Now, he shouldn't be much of a problem. Ow! See him nipping onto my finger there? Ow! Like to pinch onto your tongue. Like I said, they're actually quite tasty. Not bad at all. Can't believe I just did that. Not bad at all. Definitely a bark scorpion. Nice and tasty.
Now, one of the things that I always looked for when it came to the survival experts teaching me in the deserts and the jungles and down in Cook Islands and so on was, what is their skill set when it comes to edible wild plants?
Yo, 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 what up? What's up, what's up? 12 hours of puzzling, more like 14, 15, but yeah.